Trying to say Jesus Christ can't hit a curveball?
Hi, friends. Welcome into the firm of Harris and Meringue. Patrick Harris with you. Casey Smith over there on the ones and twos. Stevie Midday in there and chair number 2 over there.
Yo, yeah. Stevie Midday, Stevie fill-in. We're Stevie all day today. And tomorrow.
Did anybody find out that you've played at Lentz Park?
No.
So you're not Stevie Pickle yet?
No, I'm not Stevie Pickle yet, but I did play back there in 13-year-old All-Star, maybe 14, one of those. But yeah, the exact field where the Portland Pickles play.
Are you familiar with Rick and Morty?
Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I know what they are.
Okay, they have a huge bit called Pickle Rick.
Right.
It's a funny, stupid thing for stoners only, really. Could you change it to Pickle Stevie?
I mean, you could.
Or are we sticking with Stevie first, which is funny because you're not a Stevie.
Right, and I actually hate the name Stevie.
Yeah.
And because the first day I was here, I went on with Suk during the club, and they're like, they're just asking me about it. And they asked if I liked the name Stevie, and I was like, I debated because I knew if I said no, that they would call me it all the time. But I was like, I'm not, I'm an honest guy. I'm going to lead it off with the truth. And so I said, yeah, I hate the name Stevie. And I knew
was that your mistake.
I knew at that moment Suk was going to call me Stevie for the rest of my life, and he has, to his credit.
Yeah. Did you take the Stevie Ray Vaughan for a lot of your life?
Well, yeah. So initially, my parents wanted to name me Stephen Ray Vaughan.
Oh, just
But
just out of the love of one of the greatest blues guitar players of all time.
I don't even know if it was for that, but they liked it. But then my cousin's middle name was Ray as well, and so they didn't want to copy that, so they just went different.
I wonder what's worse, Steven getting Stevie Ray Vaughan his entire life, or Patrick Harris getting Neil Patrick Harris his entire life? Because that's the one I
Neil
get.
Patrick's way worse.
It's absolutely brutal, dude. It's absolutely
because
brutal.
Stevie Ray Vaughan's a legend.
Still to this, I mean, NPH is kind of too.
NPH is a legend. Let's not forget Harold and Kumar's Christmas would not be the same.
How I Met Your Mother.
Pre How I Met Your Mother, it wasn't as bad. But once How I Met Your Mother, people were like, "Have you ever heard of Neil Patrick Harris?"
Like he's a new guy on the scene.
Yeah, it's like I sure have. Doogie Howser.
Yeah, Doogie Howser's been around for quite some time.
I was in New York City. I think this is 2008. I was at a big grad school theater audition, acting audition, which a bunch of schools were there, and it was a cheaper way to basically audition for 65 grad schools, and you got to spend 4 days in New York City. It was a lot of fun. But I remember we're all in this room, and there's a stage manager there who's kind of running the show, and all the professors and instructors are all in the back, with their notes and everything, and they want to run through alphabetical order, make sure everybody's here. Okay, you're in alphabetical order. I know it's coming to H. You're getting towards me. I'm paying attention to say that I'm here. And he goes, Neil Patrick Harris is here? Oh, my God. And he made this huge deal out of it. And I just raised my hand, and I was like, here. And he was like, is that awesome? Do you get that a lot? And I was like, all the time, man.
Never heard of it. Oh, no.
I was like, it's so funny every time, and I just had to play it off because the last thing you want to do is piss the stage manager off before you've done anything.
That is the best though. When they're like, "Have you ever heard of this one?" This is a new one. Like the other one I get is because Stephen Vaughn. So they always like, "Hey, Steve Vaughn.
Oh,
You ever heard of that?"
Oh, just slide it
Yeah,
together.
Steve Vaughn. You ever heard of that? No, I've never heard of that. That's so weird. You're the first person that's ever told me that. Thank you,
Steve
Vaughn.
Did
Steve
you ever
Vaughn.
get Steve?
No, not most people just call me Vaughn like back in the day.
Yeah.
Because it's just a one syllable, so it's way easier.
I promise you, I hate Pat more than you hate Stevie.
Really,
Oh yeah.
you don't look like a Pat. At all.
No,
not
man.
even a little bit.
What do you
No.
hate more? Do you hate Patty or you hate Pat more?
Patty, I just know you're being disrespectful. Pat is pure fire.
Right,
That's pure
because
rage.
Pat is like a legitimate. Hey, what's up, Pat? Like you're trying to be nice. Where Patty is, yeah, you are.
You're teasing.
You're trying to dig at me.
Yeah, I don't mind the tease. I don't
What's
mind
tough is that you're the only Patrick in my life that doesn't go by Patty. So that's why it's a little difficult some days where I'm like, Patrick. There you go. Full name.
I don't mind Patty because then I go home and remember you're just being a jerk. You're just being a troll.
I don't mind Steve at all. I prefer Steven. I don't like Stevie. But
And I think some of it too is
what about you, Casey? Are you just Case? What about Case?
I have so many nicknames that it just
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter.
Lower. LC.
At this point, just start shooting from the hip. I'll look at in your direction at some point.
Hey, you over there.
Hey loser.
Hey, guy.
I also respond to that one.
I have never once introduced myself as Pat to anybody. I have always said hello, I'm Patrick. And because of that, and it's probably like a weird, stupid hill to die on, but because I do that, if I meet you and you say, hello, my name is so-and-so, for the most part, that is what I will call you. I do not call him Sook. That is Jason, because when I met him, he said, hi, I'm Jason. The great Mike Lynch. I refer to him as Mike on this show, but when I talk to him in real life, it's Michael, because that's how he introduced himself to me. Andy, Brandon, I don't call him Dirt and Sprague. Mostly because I want people to say, that guy introduced himself as Patrick, and we're not going to call him anything other than that.
I like that. I like your strategy.
P. Harris is fine. I got that a ton. I don't mind that. Harris, whatever. Harris is a little more athlete, and I don't know if you've noticed, but not quite a
finally
full
tuned.
specimen.
Finely tuned athlete.
Hey, I didn't drink last night.
I
so.
get C. Smith a lot.
C. Smith.
I get C. Smith a lot.
It flows well.
Yeah, it does. That's interesting, though. That is interesting. I like your strategy of calling people what they want to be called.
Here's the other crazy thing. You know who calls me Pat the most in my entire life?
Probably your wife.
My mom.
Have
My mom's the opposite. So it's like if
you
every
ever told her like, Mom?
yeah, she tells me kick rocks. It's like if everybody called you Case or Steve, but it's like when you're in trouble, Steven.
Right.
I
know?
get the middle name. So it depends. I can tell my mom's level of anger depending on how much of my name she'll get through. If I get Casey J, she's in a good mood.
Ooh.
But if I get
oh,
Casey,
that's like Casey J. I love you.
exactly. But if I get Casey Jackson, I've done something
You're in big
horribly
trouble.
awry.
See, and I just get Pat, and you're like, oh God. So it's like not only do I know I'm in trouble, but I just went. Ugh. I think that's also what it is. That there's an SNL skit from the '90s that is not super favorable on the shortened version of my name.
For Pat.
I can't handle that. Funny skit. I never enjoyed it personally, but I can understand why a lot of other people did.
Well, that's like the name Karen now. Like if you're named Karen, you're just screwed. I feel
Chad.
bad. Yeah, and Chad.
Like you have a long relationship with Chad Doing.
Yeah.
Right. I feel bad
He is
for
a
the
Chad.
guy.
Yeah.
I feel bad because everybody's just like, oh, his name's Chad. He probably sucks.
He's a Chad.
I've never met him, but I've definitely decided he probably sucks.
Right, based off his name only. And it sucks because it's like they're probably good people. Because there's a couple of people I know that have moms that are named Karen.
Sure.
And then it's like I make a comment like, "Oh, don't be a Karen," and then then they probably overhear me and they feel bad, and I make fun of them. I don't mean to, but I did, and I apologize.
Yeah, and I'll bet you Karen will not be a name for 40 years.
Like, will it ever make a comeback?
Sure it will. Yeah, because things like Elaine and George and kind of more traditional classy names are definitely
Jerry
making a
Kramer.
comeback. That's funny. I didn't even piece that together.
Forgot about
That was pretty
Newman.
good. That was pretty good.
Hello, Newman.
Yes, I think they all do circle around, Like my youngest is Oliver, which is kind of a more kind of old school name.
I like that.
I think our generation and definitely those after us are looking for more traditional names. or names that don't exist.
Because there was a stretch there where it was just wild names
Yes.
that nobody's ever heard.
But also in the 90s, there's a lot of Jennifer and Jessica and Stephanie and Tiffany. A lot of the IEs kind of was big in the 90s. And now I think it's old people names, which I love old people names. I have a friend who's got a 5-year-old. His name's George. I'm like, that's so awesome.
Yeah, my son, one of his best friends' name is George, and I think
feel
that's
like George
so
is
funny.
I feel like George is one of those timeless names, though.
Right.
I feel like I've never not known a George at every generation.
I don't know. I don't know any Georges that I grew up with.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know that I knew anybody really named George.
I guess George made a real big comeback around my generation.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of Georges.
It's probably because of Costanza, honestly.
Could be.
Because, like, when I was a kid, Seinfeld was insanely popular.
Sure.
And so, like, people my age.
Must watch TV.
Yeah, so then people my age had kids that are around Casey's age. They're like, hey, let's name it George because he's the funniest character on Seinfeld because they love him.
Do you think George is pissed now that he was named after George Costanza, seeing what Jason Alexander's
Probably,
going through?
Probably.
On the text line, Chad here. It's tough. Poor guy. I
I'm
feel
sorry.
for you.
Chad, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't-
sure you're a wonderful dude, but I definitely hate you.
Right. You're probably annoying, but
Brusky.
right. But I
You
love
want to
you.
slam some Coors Lights?
I love you, but you probably suck. No offense.
I know. I feel bad for doing. I like him on the radio, but I've never met him. But I'm just like, dude, you're probably hosed, dude.
I do feel bad. I hope Steven never goes through that name.
No, I don't think so. I'm fortunate. I don't think Patrick will go through that name because Patrick's a little like George. It's not an uncommon name, but it's not a super common name. But I don't think you think of old people as Patrick. I think you think of your grandpa Pat, which maybe that's why I don't like Pat so much. I don't want to be Grandpa Pat. I want to be something stupid like Peepaw, something really dumb that a 2-year-old
My
calls me.
grandma's name was Patricia, and they all called her Pat.
Yeah, see? It's the androgynous name. I don't think I dig that.
Grandpa Pat.
Grandpa Pat. G Pat.
Gee,
X Pat.
what would you rather be, like a Grandpa Patty?
No, dude, I want to be something stupid that like a Goo Goo Gaga says at me, hey, Peepaw. And then it's like, oh, you're Peepaw for the rest of your life.
Like my dad's name is Pops. That's
Yeah.
what they'll call him. It's
Yeah.
Hey, Pops. What up, bro?
I think I got Peepaw from I saw like a Me IRL sort of thing that was like, your grandfather served, 3 tours in Vietnam and lost his pinky on his left hand and has 2 Purple Hearts, but a 1-year-old called him Peepaw once, and now he's Peepaw for the rest of his life, despite being a Medal of Freedom winner for the United States of America.
Peepaw's kind of tough, though. It is tough.
I think it's kind of hard, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I can picture a Peepaw. I don't know about a Grandpa Pat.
Again, a Peepaw, he's more grizzled than a Grandpa Pat.
Right, because he's
Grandpa Pat could still be out on the golf course.
Peepaw is very comfortable with himself. He knows that he did his thing back in the day, and now he's just, you know what? I love my grandkids. I'm all about being Peepaw.
I have friends. My friend who his son is named George. Their daughter is named Lenny, which we thought was super cute. And their kids are awesome, adorable children. And I love their parents as well.
That's kind of mean.
And then we realized
That's
that
insanely mean.
I don't know if they realized, but George and Lenny are the main characters in Of Mice and Men. Tell me about the rabbits,
George kills Lenny. Shoots him in the back of the head by the river.
Yeah, because Lenny kills the rabbits on accident because he doesn't understand his own strength.
No, he kills the farmer's wife.
Oh, that's right. Rabbits, quote unquote.
The Wabbits, George.
Tough book, dude. Tough book. I also have.
Tougher movie. Malkovich kills me in that.
Oh, he's really good in it.
He's fantastic.
It's Gary Sinise as George, right? I think it's Gary Sinise as George, and Malkovich as Lenny, if I'm not mistaken. Someone telling me spoilers about Of Mice
You
and
are
Men.
correct. It is Gary Sinise.
John Steinbeck's been dead for 40 years, and you're telling me spoilers.
Hey, I've never seen it, though, so this is brand new to me, guys.
Well, no use now. Oakley
They
dokley.
taught me that book in high school.
We got a great show for you today. It's a Thursday, so we got 10 Toes Down at 12:15, a Stevie Fire version of 10 Toes Down. I sat down with Cole Bassett on Tuesday of the Portland Timbers. That was a fantastic interview to kind of show you what's going on over there with new manager shakeup. We'll play that for you today. Definitely get to some Blazers as well, but let's start. Big Ten Media Week. Dan Lanning was at the podium yesterday. Let's take a little sneak peek at the Oregon Ducks coming into the 2026 season. This is the Firm of Harrison Meringue, 105.1 in the Fan Sports Network. (10:17) here, Portland Sports Leader. Don't you forget it. We are live from the shadows of the historic Fremont Bridge. 503-864-6326 kind of day. That's the fan text line. She'll let you interact with us throughout the entire day. You can jump over on the YouTubes. 105.1 The Fan is the channel. Smash that like and subscribe button. Jump in the chat. Be nice to each other. A lot of college football to get to today. It's a 10 Toes Down Thursday as well. You ask the questions. Steven and I will answer them unequivocally, no wishy-washy, no fence sitting 2 feet flat on the ground. Get those in on the text line. We'll do that in the Big Nooner. This show, Steven, as we talked about doing show prep, has been a little behind the 8 ball on college football, mostly because we eat, sleep, and breathe Blazers over here.
Understandable.
And we will get to Blazers in the 11 o'clock hour as the city council's going on right now. Dwayne Hankins actually there in person. Spoiler alert, I heard Mitch Green is in a Blazers t-shirt and a hat.
Let's go, Blazers.
That really frustrates me.
I do the best I can and let the chips fall where they may.
But let's start here at Big Ten Media Week. Dan Lanning was on the podium yesterday, and I didn't watch it live, but I caught it later on. And I kind of we'll get to his audio here in a moment, but this Oregon Duck team is fascinating. You know, I think here at the home of the Oregon Ducks, Stephen, we know that there is a consummate amount of pressure on this squad locally, but I'm always curious what the pressure is nationally on this team, you know? I think if you are diehard Big Ten, if you are Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, SC, new SC coming into the league, you know what Oregon's capable of. But if you're an SEC Big 12 country, I mean, Texas Tech saw what they did to them. Do you think they have the same expectations that Oregon does this year?
Well, I think outside the SEC, I think Oregon's expectations are actually really high with a lot of the college football, analysts and the experts. Like if you just go on YouTube and you type in Oregon football, it is video after video of guys that cover the sport of college football saying, I think Oregon might be the best team in the nation.
Joel Klatt, Josh Pate, fill in the blank, Kirk Herbstreit.
All the guys at On 3 Sport, all these guys are saying Oregon is the best team or could be the best team in the nation. So I think there are high expectations. I think they're almost higher than some of the fan base here in Oregon.
Interesting.
I think the fan base thinks, okay, well, let's just take another step, and we'll take it step by step, and we don't get too far over our skis here. But I think nationally, outside of the SEC, because I think the SEC is its own little pocket, they all just think, okay, the SEC is better than everybody. Everyone else sucks outside of it. And they can say Ohio State sucks, even though they won the national title a couple years ago. Michigan sucks. Indiana, there's excuses everywhere for the SEC. So I think everyone outside the SEC thinks that Oregon's going to be really good. And I think there are high expectations, and I have high expectations too. It should be national title or bust this year for Oregon. On paper, the Oregon Ducks are the best team in the nation.
Dan Lanning on high expectations.
Nobody's going to have higher expectations for our team than us. We're the guys in the building doing the work every single day. Certainly really proud of the team and the work that they've put in, but we have high expectations. We've got a lot that we want to accomplish. So having players like that only helps you. I think it speaks volumes of what they think of the culture at Oregon, what they want to be a part of, and a great recognition of, hey, I've got an opportunity to improve and grow, and that's one of our DNA traits. We're about growth.
I think something that might benefit Oregon on a national stage that I think Duck fans here struggle with and Duck haters here use as arsenal is it feels like since the Pac-12, dissembled and scrambled and everybody ran for their own pastures, it almost feels like it gave USC, UCLA, UW, and Oregon a clean slate. Almost like any of that old reputation is kind of out the window. We don't think about that game against Auburn in the national championship. We don't think about them against, is that Ohio State in the national championship after they beat Jameis with Mariota?
Yeah, Cardell Jones.
Yeah, Cardell Jones.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, that team. It almost feels like because they've jumped to the Big Ten that people are like, oh, dude, this Oregon program's coming along nicely. It hasn't taken the jump that Indiana did, but to be fair, nobody has. But it's kind of like, oh, this Oregon team, they've been really, they could win a national title one day. To where home, it's like, we better win a national title.
I think you're right, because it is funny, because when Mario Cristobal was the coach of the Ducks, he tried to change it. It wasn't the flashy, like, Chip Kelly offense. It was, we're going to be an SEC school in the Pac-12. And everyone's like, nah, it doesn't work. They're still Oregon, still soft, still finesse. Well, now they're in the Big Ten, and it's like, oh, man, this team is tough. They got some dudes on the inside, on the interior. Well, they always have.
Yeah.
But now they're getting the credit because they're in the Big Ten.
And something to that point, let's talk trenches, which is the Mario Cristobal thing that you're bringing up in the SEC Live. What's the big level of concern for the Oregon Ducks this year? The offensive line. Okay, they're only returning 2 starters. They didn't really hit the transfer portal that hard. That tells me that they are happy with what's in-house, and that tells me that this is a program that's been building that line culture for a very long time. They've been finalists for the best offensive line, 3 years in a row now, 2 years in a row now? And if I trust Dan Lanning to the point that if he feels confident that his guys in-house, it's the same with coaches, which we can get to in a moment. If he trusts them, I got to trust him. Now, Dan, do you need to not get blown out in a college football playoff game? Yeah. You had a UW problem there for a minute. That's gone. You had a first game of the college football playoff problem. That's gone. But now you have a getting blown out in a college football playoff problem that you need to get over. This is probably, to your point, and I agree with, maybe the most stacked roster in all of college football.
This is where I think this is an iron sharpens iron moment. Other than probably the quarterback room, what do you think the best unit on this Oregon Ducks team is?
The D-line.
Yeah.
That D-line.
I'm pretty high on the receiving core if you count Johnson.
Again, the receiving core, if they can stay healthy. But again, like was that D-line is elite. They have 4 guys who are probably all going to end up playing on Sundays.
I mean, Amari Washington was predicted to get drafted by the Houston Texans in the first round last year.
Again, in Amari Washington, you got Bear Alexander, you have Tatum Tuioti, and you have Mateo Uyunglele.
Those are 4 legit guys. Like, those are like 4 guys will be
4
third
legit
round
guys.
and earlier. Like, those aren't even late round picks. Those are
great,
early round picks.
Those guys are going to be great value picks for the NFL. That's going to help sharpen up that young offensive line that's as a unit still developing.
But to Patrick's point, the whole thing of them getting blown out, I think the fact that they've got blown out the last 2 years, some people are just saying, look, you need to take a next step, but just not get blown out in one of these college football playoff games, and we can continue the rise up. Where I'm saying, no, like, you can't do that. Like, you have to get past this. They need to not only not get blown out, they need to win the big ones. And they can. They will win. They have won big games, but they have to continue winning. I don't care about getting blown out. If they get blown out again, there's going to be a lot of questions that are asked about Dan Lanning and the other coaching staff. And I think Lanning's the guy. I love Dan Lanning. But if they get blown out again, there has to be legitimate questions of what are the Ducks doing wrong that everyone else is doing right.
And to go back full circle to what I mentioned in the beginning is I don't know if the national media sees that. They might bring it up if it happens again, but they're not starting the season with it.
Right.
To where I feel us who do this job locally and Duck homers, which are a lot of our listener base, Duck realists, which guilty as charged here, and Duck haters, who I used to be in a past life a giant Duck hater, and you beef brethren over there. We all 3 of those ranges, whether you're pro, average, or anti, that expectation lives on the Oregon Ducks without a doubt. I just don't know if it quite lives from a national perspective. Now, to Steven's point, that might all change this year. You have a Heisman Trophy candidate quarterback. You've had 2 of the best offensive line groups in the nation 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yep. You're returning the nastiest defensive line maybe in college football we've seen in a long time, since Bama, Georgia days. Oh, don't forget, they have the best corner in all of college football in Brandon Finney. And they brought in, what's the guy they brought in at safety? Koi Pond. I'm just going to call him Koi Pond because I can never remember. Like, this team is loaded, and to that point, we can see that now, and now maybe it's time to actually make this work. And if you don't, there will be noise. But that's the other part about the coordinators that I find to be fascinating. And here's what Dan said about those.
You know, our 4 years here, we've had 3 guys go on to become Power 4 head coaches, and we're certainly excited for Coach Stein and Coach Lupoi and their new opportunities, but that creates a new opportunity for guys in our building, and Chris Hampton and Drew Maringer. Both these guys are all-stars in the profession. They both do an unbelievable job developing players. They understand scheme. They're really good at connecting. And they've created, some great memories in their position rooms, and they've done an unbelievable job hitting the ground running this offseason, having guys in your program that understand your culture, what you want to create. Those guys have been, home runs so far, and I'm really excited to see what they'll accomplish this year.
Piggybacking on top of the offensive line, if you trust in-house, as you said, Steven, I trust Dan Lanning as well. Are there some in-game coaching decisions that need to be shored up? Yeah, totally. But let's not forget Dan Lanning's like my age. He's been a head coach for 10 minutes. You'll learn. You'll figure it out. Andy Reid used to have these problems in Philly all the time. Poor clock management, poor play calling when it needed to be, starting to be conservative when you shouldn't be. And then what happened? Now he's what? The second, third greatest coach of all time? So it takes some time. Again, like the offensive line. If he trusts these two new coordinators in-house and didn't go find a Kenny Dillingham, didn't go find a Will Stein, I got to have faith in him.
The talent accusation by Dan Lanning is amazing, and you can say it on the player side and on the coach's side. Because he's gone out and he's gotten really good coordinators. All those guys, Tosh Lupoy goes and leaves to be Cal Dillingham, Will Stein. He went out and he got those guys. So, I feel like the coordinators are the biggest question mark for the Oregon Ducks because they're two brand new coordinators, but they were in-house last season. And the offensive guy, blanking on his name. But he used to be the Rutgers offensive coordinator, and they were one of the worst offenses ever. He was a bad offensive coordinator, but he's going to be getting the Ducks gig. And Chris Hampton is unproven as the defensive guy. So those are the two questions you have, because the players, I don't think you can question that. The talent is there, as we just talked about. Numerous picks all over the field. But the coordinator stuff is a big question. And I think that this one goes on Dan Lanning. If the Ducks are to underperform this season, it is on Dan Lanning because he's the one that brought these guys in. He didn't go out and he didn't have a huge giant search to go bring in somebody. I know the Ducks, they wanted the old Georgia Tech offensive coordinator who was at Florida, I believe now. That's the guy they wanted. They didn't go out and get him. They could have gone out and got somebody else, a Bobby Petrino, a proven guy. They didn't do that.
Something that I was going to bring up, like Kirby Moore, who's the head coach at Washington State. He was the OC for Drinkovitz last year in Missouri. He had a really nice run game, a really balanced attack. If you truth serum Kirby Moore and say, do you want to be the head coach at Wazoo or the OC at Oregon, I think he takes the Oregon gig.
And so I think this year, if there's another disaster on the field where they underperform in the biggest of games, this one's on Lanning.
Yeah, we could criticize Lupoy last year, criticize Stein, which I did many times.
It was very fair to do that. The play calling was not the best.
But if that goes down again, you're right. It'll fall on Dan Lanning. Let's talk about some of those players and what Dan had to say. And there's a little different vibe in the locker room, it feels like these days. Something outside of the norm for Dan Lanning. Will it pay off? It might. We'll toss it to Casey with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, today is the final day of Big Ten football media days as Northwestern coach David Braun, he just got off the podium. Later on, we'll hear from Michigan head coach Kyle Whittingham, Jed Fish from University of Washington, and last year's national champion coach Curt Cignetti as they answer questions about the upcoming season. Some NFL news per Adam Schefter as Bengals edge rusher Shamar Stewart, he suffered a hyperextended knee and will have treatment. Sources told Schefter that the belief is no ligament damage for Stewart. Stewart was carted off of the training camp yesterday after a scary leg injury, but some positive news for Bengals fans. Longtime New Orleans Saints Swiss Army knight Taysom Hill stated in a post that he will not be returning to the Saints for a 10th season. Hill did not state whether he intended to retire, but has expressed his gratitude for New Orleans in the farewell post. And finally, over to the MLS as your Portland Timbers have signed Dutch international forward Vincent Janssen in a free transfer following a 4-year stint with Royal Antwerp FC. Janssen is set to join the club on a 2-year contract through the 2027-28 season, pending a receipt of his P1 visa. Timbers face off against the Seattle Sounders this Saturday for yet another Cascadia Cup clash. And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Laura Case from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the firm.
chatting a little Oregon Duck football, keeping our eyes on the Portland City Council meeting. A shout out to the YouTube listeners for keeping me updated on what's going on over there. We'll get to Blazers at 11 o'clock. Stephen Vaughn in for Danny Meringue, who should be back on Monday. Took a little vacay. I believe the cupcake business was at Street of Dreams over the week. Oh, sounds like a big deal.
That's good. That seems like a good gig.
Yeah, I never could afford to buy a house, so I never went to something like Street of Dreams.
I'm scared of it, actually.
I'm scared to be in a room with a bunch of people that are on way different tax brackets than me.
Like, even just looking at the houses, I'm like, I can't afford this. I'm going to break something.
My favorite is to...
And they can tell you. They know. They look at you like, you don't belong here.
My favorite is to look at a house that's worth like 2.5 mil, and you're like, not my jam. Look, that looks like crap.
A little small.
Yeah, but they're right on top of each other.
Right?
I
Like,
could do that.
I need some yard, man. I need some lawn.
It's too much house.
Columns are dated. What is this, the White House? Sorry, rant over. Dan Lanning was on the podium yesterday. Jed Fish currently on the podium right now. His tie's not straight.
What's better, his tie or his tan?
His tan is phenomenal. I mean, it's way darker than it should be.
The tie is really frustrating me.
The tie is super
It
frustrating.
is so off-center.
Plus the no pocket square either.
I think he's got a pocket square, but it's just
Looks like
not
it's
coming
something,
out
yeah.
long enough.
That's what she
I
said.
thought that was part of the jacket.
The tie, the
Sticking out,
tan,
just not laugh.
the tan is phenomenal if you didn't live, quote unquote, in Seattle, Washington.
He doesn't. We know this.
Got that tan on Mont Lake.
His wife still lives in Arizona.
His daughter still lives in Arizona.
He's living in Arizona. He has watched zero film. He has recruited zero people this offseason.
Well, that's my question. This is such a tangent, but it's fine. We can have fun. You see Matt Campbell, who's got a great tan.
Right.
Jed Fish has got a great tan. Who else had a great tan that
Well,
coaches?
Bielema was very orange.
Very orange. There was somebody else who had a really dark tan, not in a place you would get a big tan from.
It was, we've been talking about this. Because Campbell was the number one.
It was Campbell.
Why am I
Fish
blank?
is on the board now.
Now I got to just look at the Big Ten teams. It'll remind me.
It's not right.
Suk was convinced he was going blackface, which
Dude, Jed Fish ain't far away from that. It's easy for me to...
yeah, they're not watching film. They're out doing stuff. They're out fishing. They're out golfing. They're not breaking down film. Where Dan Lanning, I'll tell you what, he was not tan Lanning.
No, he was not.
He was Dan Lanning.
That dude lives in Eugene.
He had a nice tan, but it wasn't like over the top. That guy's been busting watching film all offseason.
That's an Oregon golf tan.
Signetti, he's white as a goat. He's white as me. He's watching. He's breaking down, nickel defense.
Well, yeah.
All offseason.
What's the place that he goes to? Doesn't he go to a restaurant? Chipotle, yeah. Like the
Every day.
Iridescent lights in Chipotle are not tanning him right now.
And then he goes back to his dungeon to draw up new plays.
Dan Lanning spoke yesterday. We'll kind of put a bow on this. We'll talk more college football today. But Dan Lanning, a new approach to this team, but it says a lot about the veterans and the amount of leadership that he has. This is Dan Lanning on who's going to lead the team.
I've said it already here that we're returning a lot of experience, but what's really been impressive was the work that our guys have done. I think this will be the most player-led team that we've had so far in my time here at Oregon. With that experience becomes new leadership roles, and a lot of guys have really rolled into that roles.
Fascinating kind of situation for me and Dan Lanning because not in a negative way by any means, but Dan is very much in control. Dan does what Dan wants. Dan wants what he thinks is best for the Oregon program, and what he thinks is best for the Oregon program is what he thinks. I'm a little surprised to hear this, but I also kind of, back to our conversation about getting over the hump and you've got to win a big one. Part of me really likes this of Dan Lanning looking around and going, I don't know if I'll ever have a more veteran-laden team like this. I don't know if I will ever have a more experienced team like this. Let's try something new. What was working in the past only worked for so long that what if I evolve too? And I, as a young head coach, that's what I was talking about earlier. Those are the kind of steps that he's going to have to learn about, not just clock management and calling plays at the right time and being conservative when you need to be conservative, but also letting some players do what players need to do.
Yeah, and I mean, you can tell from year one to now, Dan Lanning has gotten better as a head coach. Like, there's no doubts about that. And so he's going to continue to get better. Because that's always the question is like, well, are players going to get better? Are coaches going to get better? I think you can look at just the track record of Dan Lanning and say, yes, I think this guy's going to continue working. This guy's going to continue to get better. And I love his style of coaching as well, just being super aggressive. Like I love going for it on fourth downs, things like that. But he's understanding this team is it. Like this is the talented roster that he's wanted. I remember I talked to Brett Ciancia, Pick Six Preview last year, and he's like, the Ducks are going to be good, but next year's the year. And this is now. And everyone was saying that. Everyone's saying it now. Lanning knows he has the talent. He has to just kind of, it's not get out of the way, but it is kind of just let the guys go play and do their thing because they are going to be more talented than 99% of the rosters out there.
And I think a lot of that has to do with what he's built there in terms of recruiting, transfer portal, high school. This is him kind of talking about players at Oregon and how it's not just about NIL and transactions.
Yeah, really for us, football is a piece of it. I hope that guys that walk into our program, they walk away with lifelong lessons about what's so much more. And I think the world thinks that everything's really transactional right now when it comes to college football, and there's certainly a piece of that. I think where we've been able to win is all the things that aren't transactional, the relationships outside the building, the trip, to the beach for a workout, the climb up Spencer's Butte, this fellowship at my house. The time away from ball, I think, is something that's really been a separator for us, something we'll always continue to do. Maybe at some point we even take a trip down here to this, down to the southeast and visit a Waffle House.
Look, I know a lot of that is kind of coach speak, and the Waffle House stuff is very cringy because there's some.
Well, he was asked about it.
I know he was, and it was Ian Fitzsimmons, who I do really enjoy his work. The Waffle House stuff is a little cringy that I don't want to get into because it's racially driven. I'll just go ahead and say that. But what Dan is alluding to, and it's something that Dusty and I talk about a lot because I get with him a lot during the season and kind of pick his brain of what he's seeing. One of the most impressive parts about Dan Lanning and what he's built at Oregon that I don't know if everyone else can say is they don't lose guys.
No, they don't.
Dudes transfer, but Dan Lanning has said on the record there's never been a guy who's transferred out that we didn't see coming. And honestly, what high-profile player did transfer out of Oregon to go somewhere else? There's none.
It's none.
So the fact is you're retaining, you're growing, and you're bringing in. You're checking all three of those boxes. And to your point, that's why he is where he is right now. And it goes all the way down to quarterbacks as well. Like Dante Moore sat and was a Heisman candidate for a little bit last year till things kind of went off the rail, and he's going to be a Heisman candidate this year. This is Dan Lanning on Dylan Raiola.
I think there's always a looming threat, but not with Dylan. I feel that Dylan chose Oregon knowing in advance what does it look like at Oregon, right? He wanted to sign up for an opportunity to be with us. We were very transparent throughout the process that there's a great chance that Dante could be back. Dylan's done an unbelievable job changing his body, working really hard. He's got unbelievable talent. He's a really smart player that has the opportunity to get exposed to our system. And, the reality is that you're only as strong as all your players. You need everybody to be a part of that. And Dylan's a big part of the success that we'll have this season as well as every other quarterback in that room.
Again, a lot of coach speak there from Dan Lanning, but if you listen to the subtext, he's the starter next year.
Right.
And he's good enough to start this year, but they have Dante Moore, who they believe in more, and I believe in more than Dylan Raiola. But if this is the pipeline at Oregon, look, we're in a copycat sport. All sports are copycat sports. No one's doing this.
I love the fact that he said, look, Dylan Raiola knows what he signed up for.
Mm-hmm.
He came to Oregon. He could have gone anywhere, but he decided to come here, and he knows what that means.
We told him that Dante's coming back.
He's the backup. He's going to fit into our program. It's not the other way around. And Dan Lanning has earned that trust to say, look, you can go out in the portal and get really good players, and we trust you that they're going to be good, which is why I don't worry about the offensive line, as you said earlier. Mm-hmm. He looks at those guys like, I don't need to go get guys. So when he goes out and he gets Dylan Raiola, he's saying, hey, Dylan, you're coming into my program. You're going to fit into our program. We're not catering to you. Mm-hmm. We'll pay you money. We'll give you NIL. We'll do all that stuff. You get all the bells and whistles. But when it comes down to actually playing on the field, you're going in our program, and you're going to follow into line. And by all accounts, Dylan Raiola is.
And from a quarterback standpoint, you take Bo. Bo's first year there was okay.
It's good.
Bo's second year there was great.
Great.
Dylan Gabriel was good, but Dylan Gabriel naturally has some restrictions for you.
Right.
But again, is only there 1 year, so you're throwing him in. It's like, figure this out. They kind of just stopped and were like, whoa. Maybe this isn't working. And it gets luck. It gets some luck for sure. But you're able to bring Dante Moore in, who sits for a year. We talk about this in the NFL all the time. Don't throw Mendoza out to the Wolves or throw him out to the Wolves. Everybody has their opinion on that. I'm not that guy. Let him sit and let him figure out how the program works. And now Dante could have gone number 2 overall last year. And he's like, I need to be better because I bought in. It's also the new landscape. I understand that. But he needs to get bought in, and they're continuing that. I don't know if Raiola is going to be as good as Dante Moore or Dylan Gabriel or Bo Nix. That remains to be seen. I know Lanning talked about he's in better shape, which I think is something that I don't want to critique considering my shape. But as a college football quarterback, you need to. Dante's put on weight. But to hear that Raiola's fit in, it just kind of goes to show the state of the program. And now you just got to win. Let's not forget, though, the last thing I'll say before we get out of here. The teams that Oregon has struggled with in the Dan Lanning era is Kalen DeBoer, who went to a national championship and lost. A Georgia team who is maybe one of the filthiest Georgia teams we've ever seen, filthiest college football teams we've ever seen in our life, an Ohio State team that was a juggernaut when they got things figured out, and an Indiana team that's an all-timer for 1,000 different reasons. So 4 of the programs that he's really struggled with, 3 of those won natties, and 1 of them went to it, and those teams were more talented, deeper, with a better coaching staff. That excuse probably isn't here anymore. You could say the coordinators are inexperienced, but they have experienced play calling. They're not the names that we're used to right now. So, leaves you in one spot and one stop only.
It's time to nut up or shut up.
And I think they will, personally. We'll circle back around on this in the Big Noon on the Big Nooner about how the Big Ten shakes out. Also 10 toes down. We come back. We'll stick in a lot of college football here. How much are these teams actually worth? I find this fascinating. Stephen Vaughn with me, 105.1 The Fan. Portland City Council discussing right now the Portland Trailblazers. We'll discuss if the number behind me changes, and I think the number behind me is going to change. We'll get to that in hour number deuce. Stephen Vaughn with me. As Danny will be back on Monday, should be at least. He's got the week off. Good for him. I had yesterday off, and I don't know what it is, but I am like 1,000 times rejuvenated today.
That's cool.
Summer can be a little bit of a slog.
Especially with the topics that we've had to talk about this summer. I feel like this summer is worse than past summers, too.
I cannot wait till we start playing games.
It's true.
Oh, I need a game.
Somebody on the YouTubes, though, said that Danny and I should send gift baskets to Tom Dundon and all of the Blazers organization for giving us content for all summer long.
It did give you guys content.
And Johnny Infantino in the World Cup.
And Danny's the perfect guy to talk about that kind of stuff, too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and you were perfect talking about the World Cup. It fell into your guys' lap.
We got lucky. We had the Olympics in February, too. We were real big into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both love college basketball, so March Madness is huge.
Hell yeah.
Nice little 2026. This real fun article came out from The Athletic about program valuation projections. This came off Pastner's comments at UNLV that why would you want to buy a professional team? You could buy our basketball team for about $12 million. We can talk about that tomorrow because that's actually a fun college basketball thing. And, Steven, you and I really like college ball, so maybe we'll get into that tomorrow. But I am fascinated by the idea of what a college football program is actually worth. Because like we see this in the NFL, let's just use football. Let's try not to muck it up with other sports. If the Dallas Cowboys are worth 15 to 20 billion, right? Yeah. They're probably, I think I saw they're valued at like 14.5. But if they win on the open market, you could get it up to 20 bill. But Dallas hasn't won squadoosh in 30 years, but it's just the brand. So it's not just how good you are, but it's also the brand. So this article, let's see, it's using some stats according to Sportico, and I won't get into a ton of those, but Matt Baker wrote this over at The Athletic. The number one college football team in valuation projections at $2.46 billion is the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah. Again,
you have a network. You're in Texas. You're a storied program. You always got high-profile coaches and Tom Herman.
The brand.
You've got, the brand, but now you've got an Arch Manning, and you've got Steve Sarkisian, and now you've got to figure this out. It's one of those brands, and same with Ohio State and Notre Dame, who are 2-3, and Michigan at 4. It's brands that feel like will always be brands no matter who's in charge.
In 2024, the University of Texas at Austin had a total revenue of $332 million.
It's a lot of dollars.
It's the true blue bloods of those.
To where you feel like, look, Georgia sits here at number 5. If this, in our current economic, because I don't want to do math, pre-Kirby Smart, is Georgia projected at $1.95 billion in 5th overall? I don't know.
No, because they won a few titles with Kirby.
Mm-hmm.
Like
so that bumps you.
The Mark Richt days.
And then other things like, guess who else is really high on this list in comparison to Texas, who hasn't done squadoosh in a while? You got USC here tied at 7th with Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Like Bob Stoops and Pete Carroll. It's been a long time since those guys were in the doors and they've won games.
Well, it raises the question to me is like, how can Oregon crack into the top 5?
No kidding, right? Number 9 is Tennessee. Now, I know as we use this, the metric of 98 and post of modern college football national championships, Tennessee's got one.
Right.
They're the 98 squad. They're the first in the new
They've
generation.
also had some really bad seasons, too.
But they're 4 slots ahead of Oregon, 3 ahead of LSU, or 2 ahead of LSU and 3 against Florida.
Yeah.
That Tennessee brand, and that's something that's weird for me on the West Coast that I'll never truly be able to wrap my head around. I look at this, Texas, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan, Georgia, Bama. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oklahoma? Oh, okay. I mean, storied, sure. Barry Sanders. Okay. I can buy it. Adrian Peterson. I can buy that. SC, Heisman trophies for days. Pete Carroll. I get it. Southern California.
LA.
Same with Oklahoma. Oklahoma's got a few Heisman in there.
Definitely. Tennessee, the place where Peyton Manning went.
Peyton.
Okay. Moving on. Penn State. Penn State hasn't been good since like my grandparents were alive.
They also had a big scandal.
A big? Slightly big?
It was an important scandal.
It was an A-Rod.
Yeah.
or an A-bomb.
And look, I mean, the
Like
thing about
LeVar Arrington? It's
like-
been a long time since LeVar Arrington
and
was at
think
Penn
about
State.
that, they've bounced back. Now they're the 10th. You know, they're still 10.
Yeah, and that's where that goes, and that's fascinating to me. If you're Oregon, how do you bump? Dude, at 15 is Nebraska tied with UW. I'm like, Nebraska and UW are 2 slots behind Oregon?
Like that's because if you're going into tiers, Oregon's with the Nebraska Washington tier. They're not in the top, the top of the SEC tier. What? Because I don't. How do you crack that?
I have
Because
no idea.
Oregon has been relevant for 25 years.
I would say it's Joey and post Joey.
Like 2000.
Joey, I would say Joey's the start. I know.
Akili.
Smith went number 1.
Again, the
but-
first Oregon Duck jersey I ever saw had the number 3 on it.
Right, Joey.
Yeah, I know Akili went number 1, and you could say that, but for me,
Kenny Wheaton, whatever.
Yeah, modern day Oregon for me is Joey and post.
Right, I agree. And so you've been very relevant since then, but you've been extremely relevant the last 5 years. I mean, I guess if you continue being this relevant the way they are now, you win a natty with Dan Lanning, that's how you're going to crack the top 10, the top 5. But I just feel like you're still years away if you're going valuation-wise. And I do wonder if the whole Phil Knight thing, if people already have that into consideration, like, hey, Phil Knight kind of already owns the Ducks. Like,
Not for sale, bro.
we're not for sale.
You want to know how you do it? At number 22 is Indiana. The worst college program in the history of college football.
So they went from like 80 to 22, probably.
Yeah, they are
With
valued.
with 2 seasons.
In this article, they are valued at 696. The year before, they were valued at 386. They are the largest jump, and it's not close. Everyone else jump is like inflation.
Right.
That's all their jump is. Texas at 1, 2.38, and 25, 2.46. That's just
It's just like everything
inflation.
in sports, though. It's easy to go from bad to good, but to go from good to elite, that's the toughest. That's the toughest of the tough, man.
Illinois is on here, 405 to 568. That's a big jump, but Bielema has been good there.
And that's just the Big Ten, being in the Big Ten.
It's being in the Big Ten. A lot of money in the Big Ten.
A lot of money.
Lot of Big Ten schools in this, especially near the bottom. Illinois, Minnesota's on this list.
Well, the top was all
Michigan-
the top was
Michigan's-
all SEC schools.
Michigan State's at 24.
Sheesh,
Michigan State,
they stink.
Indiana, Iowa, Wisconsin's 19. UW, Nebraska at 15 as well. Just a kind of weird concept to think about college football teams if you could actually purchase them and what they cost. If you walked up to Texas and said, "Here's $10 billion, I want the team," well, they might sell it to you. Hour number 2 is coming up next. Let's check in on your Portland Trailblazers as the city council is meeting right now. Good news? Bad news? What's Mitch Green wearing? 105.1 The Fan Sports Network.
We all hear the radio.
Now, From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, today is the final day of Big Ten football media days as Curt Cignetti, he is currently at the podium, wrapping up the coaches section of Big Ten Media Day. Some NFL news per Adam Schefter as Bengals edge rusher Shamar Stewart. He suffered a hyperextended knee and will have treatment. Sources told Adam Schefter that there is no ligament damage for Stewart. Stewart was carted off of training camp yesterday after a scary leg injury, but some positive news for Bengals fans. Longtime New Orleans Saints Swiss Army knife Taysom Hill stated in a post that he will not be returning to the Saints for a 10th season. Hill did not state whether he intended to retire, but expressed his gratitude for New Orleans in the farewell post. And finally, over to the MLS as your Portland Timbers have signed Dutch international forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer following a 4-year stint with Royal Antwerp FC. Janssen is set to join the club on a 2-year contract through the 2027-28 season, pending receipt of his P1 visa. Timbers face off against the Seattle Sounders this Saturday for yet another Cascadia Cup clash. And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Lowercase from the George McCoy Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube.
Hour number deuce here. If you're missing the first hour, you can download that, the Fan Podcast, 1051thefan.com. The Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcast. Casey usually gets first hour up in about 15, 20 minutes or so. Give him a spot on that, and he'll have it up for you. If you can't wait that long, jump on the Odyssey app or YouTube. Rewind, fast forward, except for in the future. For that would be impossible. Oregon Duck coverage on the Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We'll take a pause on the Big Ten as media days are finishing up. Curt Cignetti at the podium right now. We'll circle back around on that in the Big Nooner. But it's time to get into a little Blazers action, you know. Maybe that's why I feel so good today, Steven, is because I didn't have to talk Blazers yesterday and just had a nice little reset, because it's a lot, man. It's a lot,
dude. When I was in Lake Tahoe last week, and I didn't really check my phone that much. I really tried to stay away from it, but on the drive back, I was checking my phone just to kind of make sure I knew what everyone was talking about. And God, I was so annoyed with all the Blazers and Moda Center and Tom Dundon talk. I was like, I don't want to go back into work. Like, I was so annoyed just in the car. So yeah, that 1 week was nice. So the 1 day off had to be a little rejuvenator for you there, old P. Harris.
Yeah, the only problem is we started the bit on this program on the whiteboard behind me. You can see it on YouTube, but for those driving your car, there's a whiteboard behind me that says days since bad news, and the number is 1. I wasn't in yesterday.
Right.
So in theory, the number today should be 3.
Yeah, because I don't think anything bad happened yesterday.
Well, there is some bad news.
Right.
I think we're going back to 0. Casey, are we going back to 0?
I think there wasn't anything concrete we have to worry about.
Well,
like today is the concrete.
Today is the concrete. Maybe we'll turn it to 3 under good faith, quote unquote, and see how the city council goes today.
I think you should.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm changing the board.
You can put it on the board.
I think that's the right call.
You want to know what the worst call is? That's the highest number I've written. Since we've been doing this, 3 is the highest number I have written. Now, I think some of the shaky news that Casey was kind of alluding to is City Council is meeting today, and it came out through some various media outlets that the Blazers would like the provision of basically being able to be sued, first class, the first class clause to be taken out. And that's like a hard thing for them. It's a tricky spot, which is why I kind of don't know if it's good news or bad news, because we'll see what the city has to say about it. Because, look, I get it from the city's standpoint. They want that clause in there to be able to make sure that if Dundon does try to leave the city, the city can sue him to keep the team in Portland because he didn't follow through on that. My biggest issue with that little piece of nuggy in the agreement is the city is claiming that Tom Dundon and the Portland Trailblazers have not done enough to keep the Moda Center first class. My argument is, once again, this is the previous administration that for some reason everybody in planet Earth decides that Jody Allen can do no wrong, and the Allen estate and Vulcan. Remember that time when everybody used to complain about Burt Cole, and now we're like, man, I wish I had Burt Cole. It's like, bro, Burt Cole is the one who put you in this situation. So if I'm Tom, I know the aesthetic looks like, I want this out so you can't sue me. I want it out because you're about to sue a guy that didn't do this. You know, does it hold up in a court of law? Dirt and I were kind of talking about it at Line Change. Does that, if you sue Tom Dundon for not keeping up the Moda Center, I don't know if they win in a court of law. Because Tom just goes, look, I just got here. How is this on me?
Also, from what I've heard, Burt Cole is still involved with things with the Blazers.
They still own 20%.
Like he hasn't gone away.
No.
He's still in there. He's still doing stuff. But I'm with you, dude. Like this whole, do I agree with everything Tom Dunn has done? Of course not.
I think there's very few things I do agree with him on.
Right. Like the one thing that I really would argue is like not taking the guys on the playoff trip. Like that's kind of weird. They wouldn't do that. But then, Joe Cronin took the blame for that. But like, the hotel stuff, fine, whatever. All that kind of stuff, whatever. But for 6 years, 7 years, ever since Paul Allen died, not one time, not one segment, not one sentence, not one tweet, not one social media post had I seen that said the Blazers are a well-run organization. Not one. So Tom Dundon comes in and he changes it up. And now it's even worse, I guess. How dare he change something that was terrible and now it's more terrible? Like,
well, because my friend works there.
But it's just like, just let it play out a little bit. And look, I ultimately think this deal is going to get done. The Blazers, the city of Portland has to be smart enough to not lose the Blazers. Like it seems so obvious to me. It seems so obvious to I think a lot of people that if the city of Portland loses the Blazers, they're in trouble, man. And so I still have a lot of faith that this is going to get done. But the whole thing that this Tom Dundon has come in and just ruined everything. I never once for 7 years heard anybody say good things about Jody Allen or Burt Cole the way they ran this organization. And now all I hear is great things. It bothers me to no end because, look, I had friends that got laid off from the Blazers. Travis Demers, that's my guy. Like, I don't like what they're doing with the whole radio thing over the Blazers. But at the same time, I'm willing to let Tom Dundon try to figure this out because he has a proven track record of being successful in a professional league. Not the same as the NBA, but the NHL. Same type of thing in a small market with the Carolina Hurricanes. So I'm willing to let this play out before I'm going to get all mad at it and jump down his throat. And I still haven't heard one thing that makes me think that Tom Dundon doesn't necessarily want to be in Portland. He hasn't said, I want to be in Portland. I don't think he has made any moves and said anything that says, I'm trying to leave. I'm actively trying to leave the city of Portland. I don't think that's been said.
Yeah, and one real quick thing to finish off, and then we'll get to some good news, some positive news. At least in the time it was positive news. Tom Dundon is not Mr. Raleigh.
No.
He's not, he doesn't show up and he's like...
He lives in Texas.
He lives in Texas. He goes to Raleigh every once in a while to check on affairs or go to a playoff game. He's going to do the same in Portland. I think it's just in Portland we got probably a lot more feelings than Raleigh does. And so our feelings are a little hurt that our new overlord doesn't want to be our best friend.
He didn't know what he was getting into by
No,
getting
he
into
didn't.
Portland.
He didn't, but is that really fair to him? I don't think so. I don't think that because Portland... The city of Portland and the culture we have in this city, which I love and find fantastic.
Love it.
And very much lean into. I am a proud, Portlander, despite the fact that I've moved to the burbs. I love this city a whole lot. Mm-hmm. He was never going to do that. If he lived in Houston and bought a team in Dallas, he's not all of a sudden going to be, I love Dallas. It's just how he goes. So I'm with you. Let that ride. The piece of good news yesterday, which is going on currently right now, is Dwayne Hankins, the president of basketball operations for the Portland Trailblazers, decided to attend the Portland City Council meeting.
That is good news.
Now, our roving YouTube reporters are keeping me updated because I can't really watch it and listen as we're doing the show right now. It sounds like a lot of stalled talks. I think somebody in there posted cordial vibes are high, so people are being productive. I know Mitch Green is in a Blazer t-shirt and a Blazer hat, which I find insulting, personally. I think it's petty.
Bad news, probably. Is that the bad news that we could delete it back to zero?
That Mitch Green is wearing Blazer gears despite being anti-Blazers?
Right.
But the idea that Hankins is like, we don't want to do this in the media. Let's go out. Look, I understand that there's the double standard of we don't want to do this in the media, but it's also leaked that they want this clause taken out.
Right.
Some of it's going to be in the media no matter what. Okay, everyone's talking
That's
to
just
everyone.
the world
You got-
we live in.
You got city council who's trying to gain support from their constituents so they can get reelected because that's all they care about.
Yep.
And Portland's going to leak some stuff because they want their terms and get the deal done because that's what they want. I think the media has toned down a little bit in the last few days, which is why when I hear this clause stuff, that's why I wasn't first to jump and say this is bad news. That's just them saying, dude, this is a big one. And again, the big one for me is like, this is not on us right now. And if you give us this 1/6 of the money that we need, we will follow through and keep this not first class per se, because I think that's a very subjective term, but we will get the Moda Center back to where we need it. I think it's just kind of as simple as that. And screaming from the heavens for it is just starting to drive everybody crazy. And I think that's why that everyone is so exhausted from this that they want somebody to blame. And the easiest thing to blame is to blame the rich guy. When I'm looking more at the pettiness of 2-3 people, put it to a vote right now. Okay? Like 10 toes down, put this Beezy to a vote right now, and I'll bet you it passes. And if that's the case, then why are we yelling at each other?
Because that's what we do. That's just what we do. We yell at each other.
Not on this program. No yelling ever on this
No,
program.
it's all love here.
We'll keep track of this. You know, the council meeting's going on. I believe they adjourned for a little bit of a recess there, and they'll come back, and we'll circle back tomorrow and see what happens. That you guys played yesterday, or it's already in the system. I don't know if you guys did it. We'll talk some Keith Wilson tomorrow. Look, who's been the best guy in this whole situation, the best actor in this whole scenario? It's Keith Wilson, in my opinion. For a mayor that a lot of people were like, ranked choice voting, not my guy. I don't really care for him. Keith Wilson's been pretty damn good in this whole thing, in my opinion. That's where we are in the Blazers. The board is at 3. Can we get the board at 4? And look, here's another last thing I will say about some media members that I've been very critical about. Just because a media member wants to put their narrative out there attached to certain stories does not mean that's the truth. Okay?
100%.
When I see that Dundon wants that clause out, that does not correlate. That's because he wants the city gone. That doesn't correlate. It might be a part of it.
Right.
But to use that narrative 100% is fear-mongering, and it's just putting us right back to zero where we're all screaming with pitchforks. There. Off my soapbox. I'm done.
We're getting to 4. I feel it.
I feel it too.
I'm excited.
I feel it too. And then if no bad news
we
over
get
the
to a
weekend,
week?
Monday we get to 7.
Now that I'm not willing to go that far. I'm not going to go that far.
Knock on Formica. When we come back, this is for sale? I don't think that's a good idea, amigo. 105.1 The Fan.
The biggest.
Hey, if you're really mad about this Blazers situation, it could be a lot worse. You could love international football like I do.
That's the thing. It can always get worse.
It can always get worse. I sat down with Cole Bassett on Tuesday for Timbers Fam. He had some really fun insight to coaching changes and what practice has been like and how he's been on the pitch of late. We'll bring that for you in about 10, 15 minutes or so. But you get a little soccer action here. This FIFA World Cup outside investment thing is really starting to take some new light to it. FIFA president Gianni Infantino, Johnny Baby as we love to call him, he has decided that they are going to sell off the World Cup to raise $20 billion of outside investment. By the way, did you know that FIFA made over $10 billion on this World Cup?
That's it.
Why do they need more money? Oh, I think I know why. I think Johnny Baby was able to be in the United States of America and was like, wait a sec, I run a super powerful corrupt institution. How can I funnel money to myself? And I don't know, maybe a leader of one of the host countries was like, hey, buddy, you want to learn how to grift?
I know a guy.
I'll teach you how to grift.
Easy ride.
I know a guy who knows a guy.
And now Johnny Baby is trying to grift and make some money. The proposal of selling off World Cup to private investment is backed by an American investor named Josh Kushner, who I don't think is married to anybody politically involved by any means. That JP Morgan would trigger over $80 million in payouts to each of FIFA's 211 member associations between now and 2037. Infantino has put a deadline at September 19th for associations to accept the plan. Some interesting kind of caveats here, and I'm curious your thoughts, Stephen, as like a casual international football watcher. CONCACAF came out and was like, well, we don't really have, CONCACAF does North America and Central America. CONCACAF came out and was kind of like, well, we don't really have an opinion on this. We just wish we would have been discussed about this before you went public, which is a huge step for CONCACAF to actually say anything. CONCACAF can be a lot of like Jody Allen.
Okay.
Of just like, we don't really say anything around here.
You know who we are, but we're not going to say
You
anything.
just kind of hold back here. Don't please give us World Cups from time to time. That'd be awesome. And then UEFA, which is the European League, which is easily the most powerful league in the world. It's kind of like if you merge the Big Ten and the SEC in college football, that is the power
The
UEFA
super
has.
conference.
They are the super conference. The Euros is the only continent tournament that dominates ratings around the world. CONCACAF does fine. CONMEBOL does okay. Africa Cup of Nations doesn't get enough television love over here, although it's a really, really fun tournament, and Asia's kind of behind everybody. But UEFA is the most powerful. They have come out today and said, if you do this, we will leave FIFA.
And I tell you what, that's a dangerous game you're playing. Then, if you want to go through with this deal and you want to make your money, and you're gonna call UEFA on their bluff, that's a risky game. Because I tell you what, you need those nations. You can't survive without it. College football can come up with some type of deal where if the SEC broke off, they could probably figure it out. The World Cup can't.
CONMEBOL kind of has like the Texas and Oklahoma. Okay. CONCACAF has probably like your Texas Techs, Texas A&Ms, like long story traditions, but no real titles to show for it. And then UEFA has Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, Clemson. Because when you're talking about UEFA, you're looking at England, France, Spain, Germany, Italy. By the way, all 5 of those countries have won World Cups. You have Portugal, who's fought for them. The Dutch, nobody's been to more finals and lost than the Dutch. So you're sitting here writing a time where it's almost the opposite. Like if Sankey were to say, us in the SEC, we are leaving NCAA and doing our own thing. I don't know if I would. I mean, I would watch it, but I don't think I would watch it as intently as I would. And you could argue those are the best teams that are walking away from the NCAA. If UEFA walks away from FIFA, I ain't watching FIFA. I'm watching UEFA. It's the opposite. It's that they have so much power, and they actually operate way more corrupt than FIFA does. They have the best club tournament in Champions League. They have the best in between World Cups. So World Cups are every 4 years, and the 2 years in between, you get Copa America, the Euros, and the Euros are basically a mini World Cup without Brazil and Argentina.
Right.
And so those get huge numbers that we're still going to watch. And the idea that Johnny Infantino wants to just publicly say, hey, you know we're corrupt. And because you know we're corrupt, I need to make my money off this. Dude, we talked about previous administrations with Jody Allen last segment. Do you know where the majority of the previous administration of FIFA are? They're in jail. They're in like Swiss jails for international crimes and money laundering.
How likely do you think this goes down? Like he just pulls the trigger on it. And he says, like, we're making this deal. Who cares about these European countries?
50-50.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think it's the grifting.
And do you think
I think it's the making the money. I think it's that we all know that FIFA is corrupt, and this will just be like, wow, now they're doing it out in the open.
And UEFA would? Do you think UEFA would come back to FIFA?
No,
really,
I don't. Mm-mm.
And that would just ruin everything,
without a doubt.
After all the momentum it has, I mean, look, the World Cup is obviously maybe the most popular sporting event in the world. I would say
without a doubt.
It is.
It's number one.
Number one, and so with all the momentum it got here in America, this would kill it. Right?
Yep.
Like absolutely kill it for a lot of just casual fans like myself. Like if I'm not watching the best nations, I don't care.
And that's the weirdest thing is
that's the best part about the World Cup is you can see the best of the best, man. Like you can tell really good, like even as a guy like me, I can tell good soccer from bad soccer. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to get rid of the good countries, you know, you get rid of Spain, you get rid of France, you get rid of all these countries that are I just watched play in the semis, in the final. You get rid of them, I don't care.
Yeah, there's usually some countries like Hungary didn't make it this year. They got a player on that squad, Dominik Szoboszlai. Very, very good player. Love to watch him. They didn't qualify. We'll be okay. Robert Lewandowski, one of the greatest scorers of all time, plays for Poland. They didn't make it. They're not good enough. The thing still survives. I don't think you can cut that out. FIFA operates a lot like the NCAA, where it's just kind of like no oversight. Everybody hates you.
They do what they want.
Do whatever you want. But this is finally the one foot in the straw where if UEFA decides to walk away, it would cause serious, serious ramifications. And if you are this random, what's his name, Josh Kushner dude that I've never heard of, wink, wink, and JP Morgan, there is no way they're going to put $20 billion into FIFA if there's no UEFA. No way.
Tell you what, though.
FIFA itself is worth 13 of that 20.
Team USA wants to win a World Cup. Here we go.
Get to a semis real easy.
I count it.
You eliminate everybody. Like, go back and look at the quarters, man. That's Argentina and English and European teams.
You get rid of 8 of the top 12 nations. Hey, Team USA right there, baby.
So you're saying we've got a chance. Anyway, I'll keep my eyes on this and keep you all updated on how it goes, and I'm pro UEFA in this situation. Anti-FIFA and whoever this Kushner guy is. When we come back, I sat down with Cole Bassett on Tuesday for Timbers Fan, which you can catch every Tuesday from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. right here on your home of the Timbers. Really cool interview with him talking about how he has reacted from the World Cup break. He's about to have a third manager come in and how his play has evolved. We'll have that for you next. There's Casey over there with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, it's Big Ten, the last day of Big Ten Media Day, as we just heard from last year's national championship coach Curt Cignetti, who just wrapped up at the podium. Over to the NFL, as we have some NFL breaking news for you, as Carolina Panthers rookie wide receiver Chris Brazell II will undergo season-ending surgery on a torn LCL in his left knee. Brazell's injury came on a non-contact play during a 7-on-7 drill, as the third-round pick will now miss the entire 2026 season. Longtime New Orleans Saints Swiss Army Knight Taysom Hill stated in a post that he will not be returning to the Saints for a 10th season. Hill did not state whether he intended to retire, but has expressed his gratitude for New Orleans in the farewell post. Over to the MLS, as your Portland Timbers have signed Dutch international forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer following a 4-year stint with Royal Antwerp FC. Janssen is set to join the club on a 2-year contract through the 2027-28 season, pending a receipt of his P1 visa. Timbers face off against the Seattle Sounders this Saturday for yet another Cascadia Cup clash. And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Lowercase from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
the home of dirt and sports.
Timbers will take on Seattle Sounders on Saturday. Jake Zivin will join the program tomorrow. We'll interview him about this storied rivalry as he's on the Apple TV call. But more importantly, I'm a Fletcher Johnson, Aaron Heinz, and Adam Sussman guy, as you can catch all Timbers games right here on the Fan Sports Network. Pre-game starts at 6:30 on Saturday, kick at 7:30. I'll be at the stadium. Y'all should come down too, as we'll gut the fish. I was able to sit down with Cole Bassett, midfielder for the Portland Timbers, on Tuesday. For Timbers fan, I'd like to share that with you. Cole had some very interesting insight onto playing with a new manager again and again, how he's evolved, how his World Cup break is, and what the rest of the season can look forward to. This is Cole Bassett from Tuesday's Timbers Fan. We are joined by Portland Timbers midfielder Cole Bassett for, I believe, the second time on our program this season. So, Cole, thank you for taking the time. Let's start here in the most obvious thing in the world. Happy birthday, amigo.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Are you a big birthday celebrator kind of guy, or do you kind of lay low on birthdays?
Oh, I like to do it for other people, yeah. For my own, I just like being with family. So I don't get to do that today, but I got my second family here at the Timbers. We have a little fan fest tonight with all the fans, so I'll get to be with everyone and spend it that way.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Well, make sure you can sneak a little time in for yourself to celebrate quietly.
Yep. Yeah. No, I will.
Let's get into this. How was your World Cup break? What were you able to focus on during the time off? I mean, obviously we're watching games because we can't take our eyes off of it. But you personally, in terms of fitness and training, talk to us about how those 4 weeks were for you.
Part of it was trying to get healthy, feeling a bit better. So I think, for the most part, it was getting healthy and then using it as kind of a block to get a bit stronger and feel good coming back. And then when we did come back and, we were actually training with the team, there was a lot of stuff that I feel like I didn't get to work on in the first part of the year, in particular, my finishing and stuff around goal that, I was able to, spend every single day after training working a bit longer on just because you don't have to get ready for a game on the weekend. So I feel like it's helped me coming back. I've got one goal, but I feel like every single game I've been goal dangerous and had chances to score. So I'm feeling better in the box, and hopefully it will help me add a few more goals to my game.
You're serving me up right exactly where I wanted to go. I want to talk about once the season started and let me know how we discovered this, but I'm seeing you in spaces that I haven't seen you in all season, in a good way. I'm seeing you in spots where you're throwing both your hands to the ground, kind of saying, yo, look at all this space. I'm open, throw me the ball. How has that changed? How has that been created? Because all of a sudden, there's Cole open in a lot of places that I don't think we really saw in that first part of the season. Is it a training? Is it Jack? Is it everybody else? Talk to me about how you've become more open.
It's a different role than I was in the first part of the year. To be honest, I think my favorite role is not even where I've been playing, but it is in a double pivot like we were at the start of the season, but the ability to arrive late in the box, which is the freedom that Jack has kind of given me. And he's kind of asked me to stay a bit higher and not drop down in the build out a lot. And that's what I was doing in the early part of the year is helping the guys get out. But now I have a role where I'm trying to finish chances and score goals and create goals. And there's a lot of moments, especially with the way that Velde has been playing, beating people on the left side. He's basically drawn two guys to him, and then that's kind of why I feel like I'm open. Now, the next thing, which I gave him a little bit of crap, is I feel like he could be one of the top assist men in the league if he can find me in these situations because he's doing so well off the dribble. But I think if I continue to get in those spots and if he keeps doing what he's doing, eventually we're going to connect on a few. And, hopefully I got to keep arriving in those spots because eventually they're going to fall to you.
Talk to me a little bit about the play of David DaCosta of late as well, because you've seen his role kind of change a little differently. He is sitting back a little more, kind of what you might have been doing early in the season, but the two of you kind of hunkered in that center part of the midfield. It seems that possession seems a lot more stable. It seems defensive tactics have been more stable and just creation in general. Talk to me about what you've seen from David.
He's been very good, very good. He is one of the most elusive players on the ball that I've seen. He's got such good body control. It's very hard to know what he's going to do with the ball when he has it. And it has looked a little bit more like he's kind of the deeper out of us too. I think it's just the sides that we're on. We both love being on that left side where he is, because you're able to cut in and you see the whole field. And since I'm playing on the right, I just don't think it suits me as much to drop deep and cut in on my left foot and try to play. So he's been doing the dropping a bit deeper, and I've been trying to stay higher in those spots and kind of arrive late, and that's one of my better qualities anyways. So I think we found a good, match here with me and him. We've wanted to, play together for a while, and I think me and him are starting to find a good combination. I think the only thing missing is maybe me and him being a bit closer in the final third together to, create a few goals off of each other. But besides that, I feel like, the two of us have had a good stretch here to start this period of MLS play.
One last midfield question, then we'll get to some coaching stuff and then some Cascadia stuff as well. Cole Bassett joins us, Portland Timbers midfielder here. I want to ask you about the ageless wonder, Diego Chara, right behind you. Boy, these last few games, it has felt, I don't know, you never count out captain, but boy, it feels like he's been playing like he's 10 years younger. What do you see from him and how, I don't want to say shocking, but how he continues to impress even at his age?
No, he does, because you said it spot on. He plays like he's in his prime. He's honestly incredible. Like when I have him behind me, I just feel this sense of security that I can't say it's like the other guys definitely do as well, but he just gives you something that, as a leader and as a player on the field, you just feel so confident having him behind you. He breaks up so many plays for you. He makes all the simple decisions really well, and he's somebody that you want to play with. Like I remember when I was going against him, he was not fun to play against, but having him on my team, I love it. And I think he created two of my shooting opportunities as well. Like just these little one-time balls around the corner, or winning a second ball or a duel, and it gives me chances to go do my thing. So I love playing with him. I have the utmost respect for him. He's an incredible person and an incredible captain, and I hope that we can do something special for him. While he's still playing pretty well, and you never know when he's going to end because of that, but I really hope we can win him something.
I know eventually he needs to retire just so he can start building the statue out front. I don't know if we should do it while he's still playing, so we'll have to tell him he needs to hustle this up, buddy. You're in an interesting position, Cole, that I don't think many people run into. You're about to have your third manager in a season. Look, I've been really impressed with what Jack has done in these last few weeks. The offense seems so much more open. You guys seem refreshed and revitalized, and a break helps. What's the process been like knowing you lose one guy, you've got one guy in the middle for a short term, but things are going well right now, and moving on to another? How do you just focus on what you can do and follow orders, or how do you manage that mentally?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not an easy thing to do. Like when you have three bosses per se in a year, and all of them have different ideas, it's not an easy thing to do. But I think as long as you live in the moment and just try to get the most out of what every single coach is trying to get across while you're with them, I think you can learn a lot and then be able to apply it in the games. And while Cass is still the manager, we're all bought into his system, but we also know that Marty's coming in, and I don't think it's going to be too much of a change early on. I think he wants to play a similar style to Cass. There's going to be definitely different nuances, but we're very excited for him to come in. I think obviously while Cass is here, we're going to focus on that, but Marty seems like a guy that is going to fit this style of play that we've been playing over the last few weeks. And then he seems like a winner. Like I think he really could take us to the next level where hopefully we're back competing for championships for the city, because I think this whole group of players in there wants that responsibility. I know I certainly do. That's why I moved here. Is I've seen in the past what groups here have done and how cool it is to be a part of this team and in this city with this group of fans. So we definitely want to try to bring this place back to where it was.
Your thoughts when I say the two words Pipe Mora? Your thoughts?
Legend. I don't know if there's much more that needs to be said. I feel like so many people have talked about him this week, but he is an incredible person and a very underrated player. And I know a lot of people have said that, but he did so many things that I just don't think many people saw on the field that helped us out tremendously. And there was no better way to send him off. So I wish him all the best. I wish he was staying, but it was an incredible 6 months here with him.
You guys were trying to find him, were you not?
We were. I mean, we all said
we started watching a little bit, and I'm going, they're looking for him out there.
Yeah, we said it. Like Cass kind of does a unique thing before the games where he just lets the players huddle in the locker room. Normally, it's like a coach's huddle. Everybody, the whole staff's in there. And he's kind of changed it that it's the responsibilities on us. We're the ones going out there. We're the ones kind of communicating to each other. So it allows different people to speak during different games because, some people feel the need to speak up. And there was a few of us that mentioned, we said, feed Pipe. Sometimes these games are written in the stars like it was. You need to just get him the ball. Like, trust me, this guy will score goals, do everything that we can to send this guy off in the right way. And ultimately it was written in the stars and he got his moment.
I don't want to keep it too long. I know it's your birthday. I know you got FanFest, a lot to get to. You're about to see the second leg, the home leg of Cascadia Cup. Obviously, you've dug into Timbers lore and legends and how much, we hate those guys up there. You experienced a pretty solid, convincing victory, 5-1 up there a couple weeks ago. Talk to me about your initial thoughts on Cascadia Cup and what you hope to see on Saturday.
I love it. It's a great rivalry. Two very good teams. I've always thought Seattle's one of the best teams in the league, even though they're our rival now. But what Schmetzer and co have done up there for the last 10 or so years is very impressive. It's very hard to stay at the top like they have for so long. So it'll be a battle because, although that was a game in Timbers history that we won't ever forget, it's in the past now. And that game ultimately doesn't matter. And we know that they're going to come with everything this weekend. They're going to be on absolute fire to start that game. There's no motivation needed for them whatsoever to come out and play with everything that they got. And for us, we got to know that that's coming and match it and then ultimately try to beat it. So we're very locked in for this game. We're not taking it lightly because of the last game. We know that there's a big opportunity for us to continue to climb the standings. So we're very ready for this game versus Seattle, and we know it's going to be a battle.
He's Cole Bassett, midfielder for the Portland Timbers. You can catch that game right here on the Fan Sports Network, your home of the Portland Timbers. Pregame starts at 6:30, kick at 7:30 at Providence Park. I will be there. You should be there too. Cole, happy birthday, my man. Thank you for joining us, and have a great game this weekend.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. We'll talk to you soon.
Big shout out to Cole Bassett for sitting down with me on Timbers Fan last Tuesday. You can always catch that show from 7 to 8 p.m. Myself and Jake Sivan. A little bit of moving parts over there sometimes, but Jake and I will be back together on Tuesday. And Jake will join the show tomorrow as he'll be on the Apple TV call, and we'll preview Sounders Timbers Round 2 live from Providence Park. When we come back, Web Gems, everybody's favorite, 105.1 The Fan.
The Portland.
All right, everybody's favorite Web Gems. We do this every single day at 11:45. Coming up in the Big Nooner, we'll circle back over to the Big Ten and just kind of have a nice, grandiose conversation about how that conference will shake out. As media days have ended, Cignetti has spoken, so we can move on from that. It's also a 10 Toes Down Thursday. Get those in, 503-864-6326, a Stephen Vaughn version of that. You ask the questions, we give you the answers. No vacillating possible here. But Web Gems comes to you from the world of Major League Baseball. The Los Angeles Angels, who are one of the worst teams in baseball, have traded reliever Chase Silseth. Maybe? Sure. Why not?
Yeah, sounds right.
And catcher Logan O'Hoppe to the Texas Rangers for a minor league third baseman, Angel Arredondo. Okay?
Yep.
We're following here.
I got it.
The Rangers are in first place.
2 for 1.
This trade does absolutely nothing for me in any way, shape, or form. That's not what this whole thing is about. The second they got Logan O'Hoppe, who has been a high prospect for them that just hasn't panned out, they sent him down to the minors. Bro, you got fired the day you got hired? I find this the strangest situation. Like when the Cleveland Guardians traded for Patrick Bailey earlier this season from the Giants, and the second they traded for Patrick Bailey, they sent Bo Naylor down to the minors as a corresponding move. Okay, that makes sense. Sucks for Bo Naylor to go down. The second-year replacement comes in. But, dude, you got traded to a contending team, and they were like, thanks for coming here, bud. By the way, I'm going to need you in Albuquerque tomorrow.
That sucks, man.
It's a brutal ride.
Baseball can be brutal because, I mean, you work so hard to get to the majors, and it's got to be such a way better life in the majors than it is the minors. And then you're like, yeah, dude, I have to play for the Angels. This sucks. Now I'm going to Texas. Cool. Like, we have a chance to win the division. Oh, no, you're going to go away. That I feel bad for the guy. Feel bad, but also be better, Logan.
Also, just don't suck at baseball.
Just be better. Maybe get a hit.
As Danny would say, just don't suck.
Sometimes sports is that easy, though. I will say. Meringue's onto something on that.
Now, I will give
Don't
you
suck.
this. I will give you this. Would you rather play for the Texas Rangers? Obviously, the answer is major leagues, but let's just talk about the hat and the jersey you got to wear. Would you rather play for the Texas Rangers in Arlington, Texas?
Is the price the same?
Yes, everything is equal. We're just talking about branding here. Would you rather play for the Texas Rangers in Arlington, Texas? Or would you rather go to Round Rock, Texas and play for the Round Rock Express?
Probably Texas Rangers.
The Round Rock Express?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm kind of in on the Round Rock Express.
I'm kind of in on the Round Rock Express. You're not that far away from Austin.
See,
It's not like you're in the middle of nowhere.
which is funny because Round Rock is a basketball term. But in this case, it's baseball. I mean, it is more like a rock.
They got an indoor water park in Round Rock.
Dude,
What is there to do in Round Rock, Texas?
They got mini golf
at the stadium?
like a block away.
Oh, dude. I was going to say at the stadium. You telling me this is a one-stop shop? Take the kids to the ballpark and they can water slide and then putt-putt?
Is this the new vacation spot for the
So,
Vaughn
yeah,
family?
There's a light park. There's an indoor water park. You got a Culver's right down the way.
An amusement park. Look at this.
Not a bad spot.
Guys,
$12.
I think we're going to
Get in.
Round Rock.
I think we're going to. They've got multiple water parks.
The firm live from Round Rock.
You go 25 minutes south to Pflugerville. You go to Typhoon, Texas Water Park.
It is just north of Austin, Texas, which is not far from San Antonio. Bet you they're all Spurs fans there.
There is an historic Round Rock as well, like an actual Round Rock.
Oh, dude. Did I tell you about this vacation my wife and I are taking next year?
No.
My wife is very close to, old preschooler herself is very close to have been to all 50 states before she turns 50. And not just like I've been to Minnesota because I was at the airport, but like
Right.
been
Like
in the
actually-
been in
yeah.
the state and done something. But there's a whole block in central United States that she has not been to. So our plan next summer is we're gonna fly into Minneapolis, rent a car, drive over to North Dakota,
Whoa.
and then drive to Mexico.
That's kind of sick.
North Dakota. Well, she's never been to Minnesota, so we'll
Right.
do Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa,
Gonna go do
Kansas, Oklahoma. Yeah, and Sioux Tribe, all that stuff. Kansas, Oklahoma, cut into Texas, finish in Nebraska, and spend a couple days in Taos, and then fly home.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either.
Again, I'm looking more at this Round Rock Express. Dell Diamond is what it's called. Looks like a beautiful stadium. Again, you go down the highway or down the parkway that gets you into the stadium. You're at a Rockin' River water park. There's about 5 water parks within a 25-mile radius of this stadium.
See, now I'm tempted to try to go to Round Rock, but it is
They have the world famous Texas-sized donuts at Round Rock, 2-pound donuts.
everything's bigger in Texas.
Round Rock donuts.
See, now I kind of want to go to Round Rock. The problem is that is a large deviation from where I'm going.
Downtown Round Rock.
Downtown Round Rock, dude, I'm trying to go to like El Paso, which is on the other side of the state. And this isn't like driving from Spokane to Vancouver, which
They have
is about
a
5.5.
virtual they have a virtual batting cage in Round Rock.
Whoa, virtual batting cage?
Yeah.
Like you're playing video. Is this like Wii Sports?
It's Round Rock's home run dugout. It allows everyone to be a baseball star for the day. State-of-the-art batting bays are equipped with soft toss pitching machines that gently pop a ball up, and then you hit a home run.
Okay, I'm kind of in.
I'm in on that.
Yeah.
Just like a golf simulator.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. Although kind of like
home run simulator, though.
But like golf simulator, though, you still hit the golf ball.
Right.
I still want to find a way to hit the ball.
No, you do it. Tosses.
Oh,
it up
okay.
too. Yeah.
Okay. So it is truly like that.
Yeah.
So it's batting cages meets video games.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd take a swing at that.
I would too.
Can we set the pitching machine at like 62 miles an hour? Because that's probably peak me.
You'd smash.
Round Rock has a lot of
foul balls.
Has a lot of Central Oregon vibes. I'm just looking on Google
Do
Maps.
we need to invest in Round Rock right now, guys?
I think that whole area of Texas probably has a lot of Central Oregon vibes. Maybe Central Oregon has a lot of Texas vibes.
That's probably right.
That's probably right, yeah.
State of Jefferson down there. I'm going to pass by that sign here in a few days. You ever seen that? It's like outside. It's like in between Madras and Bend. Welcome to the state of Jefferson. I probably shouldn't go that way.
Yeah. No, you don't need to.
I'll save it for Danny.
Yeah, you're fine.
The Big Nooner is next. We'll circle back in on some Big Ten action. It's also a 10 toes down. Please get them in. Stephen Vaughn edition right here on the Firm, 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, some NFL news for you, as Carolina Panthers rookie wide receiver Chris Brazzell II will undergo season-ending surgery on a torn LCL in his left knee. Brazzell's injury came on a non-contact play during a 7-on-7 drill, as the third-round pick will now miss the entire 2026 season. Longtime New Orleans Saints Swiss Army knife Taysom Hill stated in a post that he will not be returning to the Saints for a 10th season. Hill did not state whether he intended to retire, but has expressed his gratitude for New Orleans in the farewell post. Finally, your Portland Timbers have signed Dutch international forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer following a 4-year stint with Royal Antwerp FC. Janssen is set to join the club on a 2-year contract through the 2027-28 season, pending receipt of his P1 visa. Timbers face off against the Seattle Sounders this Saturday for yet another Cascadia Cup clash. And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Lowercase from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
This is a Big Ten Media Days edition.
We've made it to the Big Nooner, friends. The firm of Harrison Meringue. We do this bad boy every single Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Thank you for being a part of our day. We are stoked to be a part of your day. Stephen Vaughn in the chair, replacing Danny Meringue for today and tomorrow. He should be back on Monday, but you know the drill. After us, we'll toss it over to the bonus hour of the Fan Happy Hour with Luke Anderson from 1 to 3 p.m. His last bonus hour is tomorrow. Duck Insider returns on Monday. And then you know what it is. Brackets will jump in that ones and twos chairs over there. It's prime time from 3 to 7. 13 hours of live, local, continuous regional sports talk radio. 10 Toes Down coming up here in about 15 minutes. I made somebody laugh at the bar the other day because I said, I was like, yeah, I had to do something. It took me like 12, 13 hours. And they looked at me and were like, of live, local, regional sports talk radio?
Got him.
And I was like, yeah. I was so excited. It's like when I read people's texts and they're like, oh, dude, he said my name on the air. I felt like a little kid.
Yeah. When someone recognizes you.
And they were like 13 hours of live, local, continuous regional sports talk radio.
It is a weird feeling, though, because I don't get it very often because, you know, it's not my show or anything. But, like, I imagine people see you like, oh, you're Patrick, like, from the radio. It's a cool feeling.
I tell my kids I'm semi-famous because I do this stupid radio show. And they look at me, they're like, you're not famous, you just do a podcast. I'm like, yeah, I do live radio. There's a difference.
Hey, it podcasts. Podcast.
And then we go out in public and someone's like, hey, man, I love your show. And my kids are like, whoa.
He is a big deal.
And then their mom turns to him and goes, no.
He's not a big deal, guys. Don't worry about it.
Check that ego.
Don't let him get into his head.
Yeah, check that ego. 10 Toes Down in 15 minutes. Get those in. 503-864-6326. We opened the show. You can go back and check that out on the podcast. Talk some Oregon Ducks. Dan Lanning, as they had Media Day yesterday. Big Ten Media Days are now kind of over. At least all the coaches have spoke. I'm sure there's some ancillary stuff going around. Interestingly enough, you know, the Big Ten took the high road, which I was a little surprised they did in terms of the Big Ten versus SEC narrative. The SEC cried and whined so much that I thought that there would be a little kind of like that side-eye smile, that kind of like S-eating grin that the Big Ten would give, and they took the high road. And I'll bet you Petiti went to all them and said, guys, take the high road. I'm a little frustrated that there wasn't more questions asked by the media in terms of breaking away, how you feel if the SEC breaks away. If I were a journalist, those are the questions I would hammer, especially if I'm a Columbus beat writer and I have a relationship with Ryan Day. If I'm, Tyson Alger, our homie who does Eugene Springfield, with Dan Lanning, like if I were one of those dudes, I would probably see if I couldn't reach out to that. But I'll give the Big Ten a lot of credit for taking the high road.
Yeah, it seems like the Big Ten, I'll say the Big Ten is very comfortable with where they're at. And I think that shows, obviously winning the last 3 national championships in your conference, going to make you feel good about yourself. And I think that they're looking at the SEC and like, hey, the SEC wants to be where we are right now. And so they are out and they're complaining already about 9-game schedules. I believe it was Laura Rutledge. She came out and said the players are going to be gassed. Well, guess what? A lot of other conferences are playing 9-game conference schedules. So we're already saying how gassed they are before they started the season. A lot of complaining, a lot of posturing out of the SEC, and I think the Big Ten looked at it. You're right. I think Petitti probably went to all the coaches and said, look, like, let's not cause any problems here. Like, we are the best conference. We know it, and let's just be confident and not throw shots. Let's not – it's Charles Barkley, Draymond Green. Don't punch down. Big Ten not punching down right now.
But let's ask the real question. Is the Big Ten better than the SEC this year? You're looking at it, and Ohio State's going to open as the number 1 team in the nation. They are favored to win the Big Ten. You got Oregon right behind them. Look, if Ohio State took 15 of the first place votes, Oregon took 11.
Yeah.
That's not that much more of a gap. I'm not sure what it is they love more about Ohio State than Oregon. If Oregon's got the number 1 defense in the nation and you're returning a Heisman hopeful and a potential number 1 overall, I don't know what leans it. I think a lot of people are high on Julian Sand. I am not, although I could easily be proved wrong. He played a lot better at the end of the year last year than he did in the beginning year, to be expected. He's a young kid. You got Bo Jackson, not that Bo Jackson, as a running back. Maybe it's just the stars at the key positions.
Jeremiah Smith
counters your DeCorian Moore, but I don't know the corner better than Brandon Finney on Ohio State.
Right.
I
mean, Ohio State, they just have it in such lockdown now. It doesn't matter what they have. They're going to have the talent. But to answer your question, Big Ten better than the SEC, I mean, no, like from a conference standpoint, I don't think so. I think the top to bottom of the SEC is better. Like the bottom of the SEC is way better than the bottom of the Big Ten. But I'll listen to you if you say, look, the top 3 teams in the Big Ten, better than anybody in the SEC.
Yeah, those top.
Because Indiana, I think, is getting a little, they're not underrated, but I mean, for winning the national championship and being 11-1 the season before and then going undefeated and kind of dominating everybody until the title game, which was close. It was a good game against Miami, but they're kind of getting a little undervalued. And I looked this up. So the last 2 years in the transfer portal, they were right around like the mid to low 20s in the portal. This year, number 8. So
just the way Cignetti likes it.
And so it's like the last couple of years, he's winning these big time games and winning the national championship with not the best talent from the portal. Now he's getting the best talent in the portal. You look at Nick Marsh. He's the guy that's played wide receiver. That guy is
Michigan State guy, right?
Michigan State guy. He is awesome. He's going to be awesome for Indiana. They go out and get Josh Hoover. Like, they got Mendoza. Hoover's probably more sought after in the portal than Mendoza was.
Oh, definitely.
And they're going out and they're getting other guys, like better talent out of the portal now than they were before. Yet we're still saying they're a clear number 3 behind Oregon, Ohio State. I don't know that I'm ready to say that. But I tell you what, like I can't wait to watch Indiana this year. They have a chip on their shoulder already.
I'm with you. I think the top of the Big Ten is better than the top of the SEC.
Yeah.
But if Mississippi State and South Carolina finish at the bottom of that, dude, I think they smoke Purdue and Rutgers and Maryland.
Like they're mid-tier Big Ten teams. Yeah. Like they're Nebraska, they're UCLA, they're I don't know.
Your top teams of the SEC, according to rankings, are going to be Georgia at the top,
yep.
Texas A&M, LSU. Then you get to Alabama, Oklahoma, Ole Miss.
Alabama 5.
Alabama 5.
I mean, that's crazy.
This is going to be a sidetrack real quick. I'm just curious your thoughts since I've got you here. Look, I know Sark's under a lot of pressure at UTA. I get it. I think Lanning's at a decent amount. Well, you can't say Lanning's at pressure because he's not going to get fired.
Right.
Sark is under pressure.
Yes.
For my money, Shane Beamer's going to get fired first. I think
I think you're right on.
I think that's like plus 7,000 odds. But where's Kalen DeBoer in Alabama sit in all this?
We just signed a new contract.
He's not going to get fired. But dude, sure they won. They beat Oklahoma in a playoff game last year. Have you watched both Alabama Oklahoma games? I'd rather gouge my freaking eyeballs out. If you do that again and then get routed by an Indiana team, it's not going to go pretty in Tuscaloosa.
Well, we'll see. They got a freshman quarterback, Keelan Russell, supposed to be really good.
Supposed to be good.
And DeBoer coaches quarterbacks.
He does.
He coaches that offense. Remember Michael Penix, all those dudes. I think Kalen DeBoer is awesome. I think he is a great head coach, and I think he's in a tough spot because at Alabama, of course, he's following Nick Saban, but that expectations are just crazy. DeBoer seems like the guy, Patrick, to me, and Casey, is that like he wins games. He goes 9 wins, 10 wins at Alabama. It's not good enough. He ends up getting fired. He goes to another Power 4 job, and it is awesome. Is awesome.
Takes over at South Carolina and beats Bama in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah. Takes the Illinois.
Goes back to Washington, and they're just excellent again.
Takes the Illinois job and beats Penn State and Ohio State on the road.
Like, I think
back-to-back weeks.
DeBoer still is one of the best coaches in all college football. But at Alabama, they're just psychopaths that just, you know, Nick Saban is God.
If Alabama can't run the ball next year, they're going to find a way to get him out.
Which was the problem last year. Yeah, that's the big thing he's got to figure out.
You haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher since Brian Robinson Jr.
And think about the stable of running backs that they've had back that, 10 years ago. It was
even just 5 years ago. Even
Yeah.
if you go back to Brian Robinson Jr., who followed up Najee Harris, those guys had back-to-back 1,000-yard receivers. Before that, you had Derrick Henry. Before that, you had Mark Ingram.
well, they had
Before
Alvin
that, Trent
Kamara, and he was like
Richardson.
their 4th string guy. He couldn't even get on the field.
Again, even guys like T.J. Yeldon, who were the third-string
Right.
guys, were part of
T.J. Yeldon.
units.
Good pull.
Good pull.
T.J. Yeldon.
That was nice. He got my sports pants a little tight on that.
Jags, baby.
Who
Go
wins?
Jags.
Who wins the Natty first? The SEC or the Big Ten?
Give me the Big Ten. I think Big Ten wins it again this year.
Give me the Big Ten. The SEC has to knock the Big Ten off for me to think otherwise.
I think the Big Ten will be first. I don't think either are going to win this year.
Whoa.
You think a Big 12
Miami?
team is winning?
I got a sneaky suspicion Cristobal might figure it out. Darian
Interesting.
Mensah, Malachi Toney. We'll see what the defensive line looks like.
I'll tell you what. Cristobal,
Anybody that accuses me of being a duck homer, I might take Miami to win the Natty.
Cristobal
Which now they all hate me.
Cristobal is not a very good X's and O's coach, obviously.
I
And
agree. It's my biggest problem with Cristobal.
But I tell you what, in the biggest games, Miami plays well.
He's a motivator.
Think about that. When they played Notre Dame, was awesome. The game they lost was to SMU and to Louisville.
Again, Cristobal's not a great X's and O's guy, but I love this drop for a reason.
But let us get on the line, boy, and see if that factors in. I guarantee you it won't.
And sometimes when you have a guy like Malachi Toney, it doesn't factor in.
See, Cristobal's the guy that loses a game he's not supposed to lose. Like, Miami's going to go 11-1 or 10-2, right? Like, they're going to lose games they're not supposed to, but when they play Notre Dame, they're going to be up for it, and they're going to play really well in South Bend. They're going to play well in that game.
I'll take him to win.
But they're going to lose to, I don't know, some random team that stinks, like Virginia Tech or something dumb like that. And you're
That's
like, man,
the Cristobal issue.
That's the Cristobal issue. But then when he gets to the playoff, they like great. Played well against Texas A&M, beat Ohio State, go on to beat Ole Miss.
Could have beat Indiana.
Should have maybe beat
Maybe
Indiana.
should have.
Do we want to rattle through the Miami schedule real
Yeah,
quick?
give me the schedule because I want to see.
I haven't even looked yet.
Because there's going to be a game that they lose.
So they open the year at Stanford.
All right, that's a win.
Stanford got one vote to win the ACC, FYI.
I
And
know they're last.
Whoever that is, I would just like to shake their hand.
I saw a couple of jokes. It was the lady that voted in the AP poll last year that moved Florida up after they lost.
I made a joke yesterday that it sounds like it was Andrew Luck.
Is Luck an AP poll voter?
Again, so they start off the year September 4th with Stanford at Stanford. Then they have Florida A&M. So
Yeah, okay.
2-0 maybe.
Yeah.
Then they have Wake Forest. Then you have Central Michigan.
Ooh, hold up.
Your
Dickert,
boy.
my boy. I'll take mine.
You claim Jake Dickert still?
I do kind of claim Jake Dickert. I do.
He kept Washington State afloat there.
He did.
All right, so they probably start 4-0. Then they head to. Then they have Clemson at Clemson.
I gotta believe Dabo when I see it.
Florida State at
Dude.
in Miami in Hard Rock.
If Shane Beamer's a dead man walking, then Mike
Mike
Norvell's
Norvell's-
already dead.
He's in the coffin.
He's a fentanyl zombie.
Then they have Pitt.
That's a loss.
That's the
That's the loss.
That's the L. That is the L.
Is it in Pitt? It's at home, even better.
It's in Hard
Because
Rock.
it's Clemson, Florida State, which are two big ones, and then
He
Pitt.
wins that one. Then he loses to Pitt.
Yeah, and then you got Notre Dame the next week.
UNC. Then Notre
Okay,
Dame.
North Carolina.
Oh, dude, I'm out on that. Okay, so
You
Pitt,
cannot convince me that
He's losing
to Bill
one of the
Belichick.
Pitt or North Carolina games.
yes,
think
Pitt or
he's-
North Carolina.
And then they, after Notre Dame, in mid-November, they go and play Duke. That's
They'll have it down
That's at home. That's in Hard Rock. Then Virginia Tech and Boston College to wrap
Ooh,
up the
That's
season.
kind of a
Ooh, James Franklin.
that's a little difficult
VTech.
schedule.
That's kind of tough.
I think the two losses we already said it. I think it's Pitt and Virginia Tech.
Dude, Virginia Tech, I don't. Come by the time that game comes around, VTech might have a loss or two and be out of it. But come that late in the season, James Franklin.
But that's when James Franklin wants to get a win on his board to get
Right.
the motivation for next season.
Because you know Franklin wants to get that monkey off his back.
So he can get those recruits in for the offseason.
Because the whole thing is he can't win big games. Like, you go and knock off Miami at the end of the year, that's some momentum going for James Franklin.
Is that in Miami?
The Virginia Tech game
If that's in
is
Blacksburg, dude, that's going to be nasty.
in Hard Rock Stadium.
I want
That's-
Blacksburg. Oh,
That'd
dude.
been sick.
That would be my game to circle on the
Yeah.
calendar. Game of games. Not Oregon at Ohio State. Screw that. I
When's the
want
Miami Virginia Tech game?
and V-Tech with Vicks on the sidelines.
But we're looking at two losses potentially. maybe
Yeah, easily.
four really good matchups.
Easily. But 2 losses will still get them in the playoff, especially because the ACC has rigged it, so
Right,
they'll
so
play in the title game.
they'll win the ACC.
Yep.
Enough college football chatter. Let's get into 10 Toes Down. It's a Thursday Stephen Fire edition of that. You text them in 503-864-6326. You ask the questions. We give you the answers. No wishy-washing. 2 feet flat on the ground. That's next. 105.1 FM, 1080 AM, the Fan Sports Network. 10 Toes Down, must be a Thursday here, 12:15. We do it every Thursday. You ask the questions, we give you the responses. No wishy-washy, flat on the ground, all 10 toes. You got to give an answer before we start Stephen Fire, the formal Stevie Fire.
Hey, Stephen Fire is my father.
The Big Ten Media Days right now on the Big Ten Network right behind me. They are the Maryland 2026 preview for the Terps and how they're going to play this college football season. And the first thing that came to my mind.
Opening day, and here's the first pitch, and the season's over.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry to you Terps out there.
It's like years ago when the Marlins did that. The Marlins opening day, first pitch, gave up a leadoff home run to somebody.
You're just like,
I remember
oh,
the Levitard crew was just like going crazy about it. But yeah, all 7 fans are tuned into Maryland football.
It sounds like the Portland City Council meeting has ended or is at least about to wrap up. We have a little bit of audio we can share for you in closing arguments. On that note, we'll start 10 Toes Down with this. 10 Toes Down, the number on the board behind me will get to double digits before the season starts. For those of you that aren't familiar, you can see it on the YouTube. There's a whiteboard behind me that says days since bad news, which is currently at 3. Although I think Dirt and Sprague, we're going to argue it should go back to 0. We talked it out. I think we're good at 3. And assuming no bombshell comes from City Council today, we'll be at 4 tomorrow. 10 Toes Down, the number on the board will get to double digits before the season starts.
I'll take the under. No.
Savage.
I don't. I don't. It may not be Blazer-related news, but something bad's going to happen to when we get to 10. I do think, I will say this. I think there's a good chance we get to 7 now, currently. I think currently we can get to 7. But then something bad's going to happen at that point. 10 is a lot. 10 is asking for a lot of good days in a row. And living in the United States of America, the great United States of America, 10 days in a row of just, no bad news seems tough.
You're welcome, USA.
Look, this might be the best bit I've come up with in my
it's a good bit.
Long time here at the radio station. So as a believer in the bit, I also have to believe that at some point it needs to end. And therefore, if this board gets to 10,
it's over.
I think we can retire the days since bad news.
I agree.
Is that a fair?
I disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree.
What's the number we have to get to before it retires?
How many days in a month?
Oh, there's no way we're going
Is
a
this
whole
February?
month,
Again, if you can get to
31,
to 28 or 38 or 31 days.
Has that happened in American history?
31
31 straight days. No.
Well, here's the problem.
Again, if we're talking all news,
Portland.
Here's the problem. It's just days.
Portland sports.
It's just days since bad news, and if we get into the season and like
John Morant sprained ankle,
sprained ankle, and is out for 4 to 6 weeks,
right.
That goes to 0, right? Because that counts as bad news.
Yeah, that goes to 0. But
10 Toes Down, we will never get to 31. This team, bro, we haven't even talked about this team from a basketball standpoint.
I think
they have 7 million guards and 7 million centers.
To a month.
Which does this team get to first? 31 days of no bad news or 31 wins?
Point guards. Yeah.
31 wins seems like a long time away.
Oh, they're getting 31 wins. Come on now.
Well, yeah, but when? In February?
First 31 games. 31-0 record. Go Blazers.
I can't believe we've spent as much time talking about Blazers on this station. Not just this show, but everybody. And realistically, I know Sprague has talked to me about this personally. Like, I want to talk about 5 centers and 5 guards.
I want to talk about it.
I want to talk about no wing depth. I want to talk about Micah Nori and how excited I am about him. But nope, don't get to do that.
Casey, I think you're a little off here. 31 days.
That's a long
You think
time.
it'll happen?
31 days.
Look at Casey, the optimistic.
If we can go a month with just good news,
I don't know that that's happened in this Portland sports landscape for the Blazers ever.
2019 Western Conference Finals run. I'm sure the playoffs, which take 4 months to do, there was probably 31 days in there where things were good.
Yeah, but then it's like, Enes Kanter started at center tonight. That's good news.
I like Enes Kanter.
He was good in that series against Denver. He was actually awesome.
Him and CJ McCollum were very good.
Evan Turner dominated that game 7.
ET, baby. Give him $1 billion.
Kanter was really good in that series against Jokic.
Enes Kanter is one of my all-time favorite, non-important Blazers.
Enes Freedom.
This was Kanter, though.
This was Kanter. Enes Kanter is one of my all-time favorite non-important Trailblazers because he just seemed like a dude that I wanted to have fun with. Like I would hang out with.
Really?
When Dame hits the shot, he's the first
Oh,
one
yeah,
over
he's
there.
running out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
He seemed like a Steven Adams type guy. Like a big dude that's just kind of a cool hang.
Like back then, he just seemed like he was cool.
You just like that 2012, 2013 OKC team, don't you?
I kind of do. That team was really good.
I love me some Serge Ibaka.
I thought they were going to win it all. I really did. I don't care if it was the Heatles. I thought they were going to win it all. 10 toes down. I can't believe we haven't talked about food yet. A great calzone is better than a great slice of pizza. The only reason pizza is more popular is because of the convenience factor. Calzone better than a slice of pizza.
No.
Nope.
No. It's too much. Too much dough.
Yeah. I'm not a big calzone guy because it's way too much dough.
It's too much dough. I like a calzone, but I would much prefer slices off.
I think the tough thing, I will stick with za as well. I think the tough thing is average mediocre pizza is 1,000 times better than an average mediocre calzone.
1,000,000%.
But if I
Amen to that.
But
Because
I
can eat bad pizza.
I haven't had it for a while. There's a place up on Deacom in North Portland, Good Neighbor, little dive bar that does pizza and calzones. Calzone takes about 30 minutes when you order it. I haven't had it in a while, so I don't know if quality has dropped. But for a long time, I loved that. And I would do that over a pizza. But again, I don't want to take that risk, so I'll say za.
Yeah, I mean, like I can eat at the there's a local Italian spot by my place. It's called Domino's.
Okay.
And like even I can eat that.
Domino's?
Yeah. Oh.
I think my parents' first date.
Yeah, it's a local Italian spot. Domino's. You ever heard of it?
Why is
It's
he
not.
laughing
It's
so
not the
hard?
best pizza, but I can eat it because it's
Domino's.
Domino's.
Oh,
You never
got
heard it? Yeah. Oh.
Oops. Sorry,
That's
guys.
that's a Jerry Stiller.
Yeah, that's the King and Queens.
And he hasn't had a hit
My bad.
in
That-
ever.
that falls
in
on me.
Ever, Jerry. In ever.
That falls on me. Sometimes I'm slow on the uptick. I should tell you about players who Danny says I have to be careful about saying their names on the air because what he thinks I could say, I would never say in my entire life. That's for another day. I think my parents' first date was at Tony's in Spokane, and they had it was a calzone joint with like the red checkered tablecloths and the candle and the like dark red brown little glass holder.
If you have pinball at your pizzeria, that's my spot.
I do like
That's my
calzones a lot. Rich on the YouTubes. Costco chicken strips greater than Costco calzone. Brutal.
I haven't had the chicken strips at Costco.
I didn't know Costco had chicken
It's like
strips.
it's newish. It's pretty brand new. But they said that you get a lot for your buck.
Rank Costco, hot dog, pizza, chicken bake.
I can't eat the hot dog anymore because I worked at Costco as a child.
I also worked at Costco. That's why I can't do the chicken bakes anymore.
See, as a college kid, I can't afford lunch, and so I'm eating the $1.50 hot dog and Coke every single
without
day.
a doubt. I mean, it's still a great deal.
And I literally can't the smell of it drives me crazy
Again,
and makes me sick.
A year ago, I was working at a Costco, so they're probably still in my stomach walls somewhere,
Right.
still built up,
Right.
from all this time.
Wow. Okay. I will go hot dog, pizza, chicken bake. The chicken bake is really good, but
You got to be in the mood for it.
But I used to work at a job that was not. I used to work in a place in Milwaukee, not far from the Clackamas Costco.
Okay, yeah.
And every once in a while, someone would make a run over there and get food for everybody. And anytime I would get a chicken bake, which wasn't often, I would get it and I'd be so stoked about it. And then at about 1:45, I was like, and I'm gonna die.
Dude, the chicken bake on paper seems like it'd be great, and then I bite it and I'm like, this isn't that good. Every time. On paper, it has everything I want in it, and then I take a bite and I'm just kind of disappointed every time I have it.
Mm-hmm.
I did not realize that you guys have the trauma from working at a Costco.
Yeah.
Because the hot dog for me is number one. The hot dog.
The hot dog hits. You just can't do it every day.
See,
Yes.
that's my problem. I did because
That's the issue. Is you
can't
do
afford
it every day.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well,
Poor college kid, $1.50 lunch. Yeah, dude, filling up.
Marry bleep kill, dude. I'm marrying that hot dog.
I think I'll marry the pizza.
I don't like the pizza either, but I'd marry the pizza.
I'm killing that chicken bake.
Yeah, I'll probably kill the chicken bake.
I'm killing the
No
dog.
offense.
I'm killing the hot dog.
No offense. I just want to,
See, but I don't want the
Getting
hot dog
higgy
every
with
day. That's why I got to marry the pizza.
See, I'll get higgy with the pizza, but I'm trying to grow old with the hot dog. 50 years, not 5, man.
10 toes down. I think I'm the opposite.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I got a little room for some more if you want to get those in. 503-864-6326 or over on the YouTubes. 10 Toes Down continues. That's Casey over there with sports.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, some NFL news for you as Carolina Panthers rookie wide receiver Chris Brazell II will undergo season-ending surgery on a torn LCL in his left knee. Brazell's injury came on a non-contact play during a 7-on-7 drill, as the third-round pick will now miss the entire 2026 season. Some more NFL news for you as longtime New Orleans Saints Swiss Army knife Taysom Hill stated in a post that he will not be returning to the Saints for a 10th season. Hill did not state whether he intended to retire, but has expressed his gratitude for the city of New Orleans in the farewell post. Finally, your Portland Timbers have signed Dutch international forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer following a 4-year stint with Royal Antwerp FC. Janssen is set to join the club on a 2-year contract through 2027-28, pending receipt of his P1 visa. The Timbers face off against the Seattle Sounders this Saturday for yet another Cascadia Cup clash. And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Casey Smith from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the Oregon Ducks.
Living in here in 10 Toes Down. We do it every single Thursday at 12:15. Stephen Vaughn in the chair for Danny Meringue today and tomorrow. I can't believe you're willing to come back.
We'll see. Still a long way away.
Still
21 hours. 21 hours from now. A lot of things can happen.
Still a half hour for here, too.
That's right.
As well.
A lot of things.
Let's just get right into this. We got a lot to all of a sudden. Let's see how many we can get these in. 10 Toes Down. What is Heath Ledger's best movie, and why is it A Knight's
It's
Tale?
a Knight's Tale. It's a Knight's Tale.
It's not for me.
Really?
10 Things I Hate About You?
I like that better than A Knight's Tale.
I'm big on A Knight's Tale.
Let's not forget the man won an Oscar for The Dark Knight.
Alan Tudyk is pretty good in
Well,
Knight's Tale.
Yeah, I mean, he's just maybe the best voice actor alive right now.
The Dark Knight is.
He won an
pretty
Oscar
awesome.
for it.
I watched it not too long ago, maybe a couple months ago. It still is awesome.
He's really, really good in it.
He's really good.
He's really, really good in it.
Like, it's very creepy, some of the things he's doing.
Look, I'm not going to say this for a bit. I truly believe this. He's excellent in Brokeback Mountain. He really is. He's really, really good in that movie.
Can't say I saw it.
No, it's good.
Still haven't seen it.
It's a good flick. I'm not the biggest Gyllenhaal guy in the world, but he's okay in it. He carries that movie for me, Heath Ledger. But no, it's not A Knight's Tale. It's probably A Dark Knight. The Dark Knight. I do like 10 Things a lot more, though.
10 Things I Hate About You is classic movie back in the day.
Let's see. 10 Toes Down, who is your ultimate example of an athlete whose legacy would be much different if they weren't drafted as high as they were? They gave an example. If Baker Mayfield had been picked in the mid to late first round instead of number 1 overall, I think we would all view him in an even better light.
I can say the same about Sam Darnold.
If Sam Darnold doesn't go 3rd overall, we have a better interpretation of him.
I think so.
Yeah.
Being a first round quarterback, all the expectations are put on you. I can't think of a first round quarterback in my lifetime that hasn't had high expectations coming in.
Because the Baker one is good because I feel like I'm more of a Baker hater than a lot of people. Like, I feel like he's really, like, he's good, but he's not really going to get you over the top. He kind of is what he is. He's an above average quarterback, but he's not great. But I feel like maybe I am thinking of it because he was the number 1 overall pick. Like, if he was the end of the first round or a second rounder, do I think he's better? Maybe I might actually.
I think it's more of. I think the more, and you mentioned Sam Darnold, and this is what got me thinking about it. It's more about who got you, okay? Because, like, when the Jets draft Sam Darnold, you're like, oh, that ain't going to work.
Done.
You kind of know it. The Browns draft Baker, and you're like, that ain't going to work. The Bears draft Caleb Williams, and you're like, okay. Sure, there's pressure on every number 1 pick. Joe Burrow, okay. Bengals, we'll see. Did take him to a Super Bowl.
But Baker did make it work in Cleveland.
He won to play a game.
More than any other quarterback in Cleveland.
That is true. He won a playoff game.
Baker Mayfield made it work in Cleveland.
I know, which is one more playoff victory than I have as the quarterback of Cleveland Browns in the last 10 years.
More than your favorite quarterback.
Oh.
Who, Joe Flacco?
Justin Herbert.
That ain't my favorite quarterback.
Boom, roasted.
Sure.
I'm a Joe Burrow guy. You know I am.
Sure.
I'm a Joe for the whole way, dude.
You're Joe for the whole?
Joe
What?
for the whole, dude.
Is that what you just said?
Do people think I'm a diehard Justin Herbert, like, apologist? I do think he's really good.
No, I just tease you about it because you're a Duck Homer.
Oh, God.
You are the Duck Homer of the show, for sure, because Danny's not.
No.
So you are by far the Duck Homer.
Go Beavers.
Go Beavers.
Go Tigers.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, God. I don't know, man. When it comes to the Ducks, dude, I'm going to defend myself here. When it
Back
comes
against a wall right
when
now.
it comes to I'm a
We're
little
coming
fired
at you.
up.
We're coming at you hot
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, caged animal here for a moment. When it comes to the Oregon Ducks, all right.
Cougars coming out in them.
I have given up a lot of my previous hatred for the Oregon Ducks because I don't play the same sport as them anymore. When I was in the Pac-12, Pac-10 with Oregon, I hated them with all my fiber. Not as much as the Huskies, but they were number 2. Now that I don't play in the same conference with them, I don't really care. UW's still in the same state. We still play football against each other, so I care about that. However, I think Dan Lanning has been really, really good at Oregon. I think they have a lot of really good players, and I think they're really fun to watch. Also, when they fail epically, it's also really fun to watch.
Very funny.
Yes, very funny. I also find Justin Herbert to be a very good quarterback who's been on pretty subpar teams the most of his career.
So you love Justin Herbert. That's what I heard.
That's what I'm hearing.
I heard wah, 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 wah. I love Herbert.
What I'm hearing is subpar teams, but he had Khalil Mack and Derwin James on the
Right.
roster.
Yeah.
Those aren't on his side of the football.
Who is his coach?
Now it should be better, but his best weapon is what? Lad McConkey?
Keenan Allen.
The old man, Keenan Allen?
The disrespect that the Morning Boys threw on Stephon Diggs this morning, saying Lad McConkey was a better receiver than Stephon Diggs.
I'll throw that slander. I'll take
blasphemous.
I will take
Diggs was good last year.
I will take Lad McConkey
Diggs has never not been
times.
that guy.
He's just a psychopath that nobody
Stop
likes.
No, I'm going to pass.
So you love Herbert, though.
I like Herbert a lot. He's no Joe Burrow. He's not Josh Allen.
Who's a better couple? We talked about this. Herbert and Beer or Allen? Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld.
I hate them both.
We'll take Herbert any day of the week because we don't like Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah, we'll take Herbert and
All right.
Beer. Yeah. I mean, her last name's Beer. I don't know anything about her, but her last name's Beer.
Yeah, Justin Herbert Beer.
Yeah.
He should hyphenate his
yeah.
name.
Yeah. Or she should be Justin Herbie Beer.
Herbie Beer.
Herbie Beer.
Just combine the two.
Yeah.
That's a good brand.
10 toes down. Give me your top 5 celebrity mustaches of all time. Oh, man. Top 5.
It's a lot of mustaches.
Let me see if I can.
Well, isn't the ultra like, Tom Selleck back in the day?
Well, he's one for me.
Danny Trejo makes a list for me.
Danny Trejo. I'm looking at some stuff. There is, oh, shoot. What is this guy's name? Ron Swanson.
Nick Offerman.
Nick Offerman. That's a good-looking mustache.
Yeah.
Bert. Ooh, I'll tell you what. Number 1 for me has to be.
Only you can prevent wildfire.
Sam Elliott, number 1. Tom Selleck.
Sam Elliott, number 1.
Sam Elliott, number 1. Tom Selleck, number 2. Ron Jeremy, number 3.
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan, number 4. And I'll throw Freddie Mercury, number 5. That's my top 5.
I'll take Burt Reynolds before Ron Jeremy.
I just did that for fun. I would also take Burt Reynolds over Ron Jeremy. I just did that for kind of fun.
I don't like to rank mustaches because I can't grow facial hair, so.
Patrick Harris, number 6. Outside looking in.
Number 1 of the fan, mustache?
Yes. Also, the only one.
I was going to say no one else has one, do they?
No, I don't think so. Ooh. Here's one we're missing. Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
He's the only other guy to wear it.
Yeah.
Easy ride. Him and Michael.
And there's another one.
Easy ride.
There's another one. Hulk Hogan is a great one. What about cartoons like Yosemite Sam?
He'd be on the list. He should be on the list.
Yeah. Let's see. I found the Evergreen Beauty College, the 55 best mustaches in history.
Whoa.
Number 1 is Salvatore Dali.
Okay.
That's fair.
Number 2, Tom Selleck.
Okay.
Number 3, Charlie Chaplin. Number 4, Hulk Hogan. Number 5 is John Waters, who's a filmmaker. He's got a little pencil.
The one below it, that's the one that made the John Waters mustache better.
Prince.
That's the one.
Frank Zappa. Here's another good one for you. Borat. Borat. Think about it. That's a damn good looking mustache.
Look at number 10 on the list, and then this whole list should be disregarded.
Number 9 is Albert Einstein. Number 10 is 50 Cent.
If 10 is 50 Cent, then what are we talking about?
But then some other ones in this, I'm not going to, because not all these guys have had mustaches, but they don't have them all the time. So I'm only going to list guys that have them all the time. At 11 is Alex Trebek.
Anthony Kiedis. That's a good one.
Yeah. Not a great dude.
Me.
23, Eddie Murphy.
All right.
24, Freddie Mercury. Groucho Marx. That's a good one. The Marx Brothers, that's a good one.
Is it called a Groucho mustache?
It is. Johnny Depp had the mustache for a while. A lot of people really liked that. Mark Twain. Martin Luther King Jr. Ron Burgundy. That's a good mustache, dude.
That is.
Yeah. And Teddy Roosevelt.
All right.
Teddy Roosevelt, he had a good one.
It's a good list.
That is. Cheech Marin being texted in.
There's a lot more.
Steve Harvey.
Antonio Banderas.
Ooh, Antonio Banderas.
It's the Zorro.
That is pretty good.
There's a lot more people that had good mustaches than I remembered or recalled.
I know. Mustache is a real thing. Don Mattingly. That's a great mustache. Raleigh Fingers.
Benito Santiago.
Thurman Munson. He had the full handlebar. All right, that's 10 Toes Down. We do it every single Thursday at 12:15. We come back. Closing arguments to send you on your way. Got a little bit of audio for you from old Mayor Keith. No, it's not from Keith Wilson. It's from the council meeting, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, a little audio from council meeting, and then we'll move on. Next, 105.1 The Fan.
The biggest.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Closing arguments are brought to you by Oregon Divorce Mediation Services, presented by our friends at Leskin Law. For more information, visit leskinlaw.com. Coming up on the program tomorrow, Stephen will join me again. We'll have a conversation about Mayor Wilson and a little bit of a recap from today's city council meeting. We'll do some diving into that. I'm sure you can catch a lot of that on primetime this afternoon from 3 o'clock. I know those dudes will happily dunk on city council being stupid.
Yeah, that's one of their things. They do love that.
Steven and I had a cool kind of idea of looking at college football, if it's good the way it is, and if other sports acted the way college football is. So we'll have some more football tomorrow for you. Jake Zivin will join the program, still trying to figure out timing for that as Portland Timbers will take on Seattle Sounders this weekend. Binary Brewing and The Fan have teamed up for the only Fan IPA available for a limited time with Taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their only fan. So good, only the Fan and Binary Brewing can pull it off. Portland City Council met today, had some conversations, and this is not what we're going to talk about tomorrow with Mayor Wilson, but this is Loretta Smith on the 20 points, little clip that Casey found. From Blazers lead, Mayor Wilson spent a few minutes at the end of today's meeting telling the Blazers representatives that no one has had any intentions of suing the team now, in the past, or in the future. Then Counselor Loretta Smith asks if they're able to see the 20 points of contention that the Blazers claim the city are off. And this is that audio for you now.
One question, because we keep coming back to it, and it's similar to my original question. Will you be willing to give those 20 points that you said that we're off on the term sheet? Would you be able to give that to the mayor's negotiating team to let them know where we're off on? Because it's just up in the air right now. Would you be willing to agree to do that?
So, look, nobody wants to get to the meat of the deal more than us, get to talking about that. I mean, that's what this is all about. And as mentioned before, we started these conversations long ago, even before I came. So it is our desire, and I feel what the mayor just said. But at the end of the day, the fact still remains that there is a litigation threat out there. I understand that's not the intent, nor the desire, nor even the contemplations of the city right now. But the reality is that there's just information and conversation that we have to have, that information that can't be unseen, dialogue that can't be unheard, that can end up impacting us and our legal position in litigation. But again, I don't want to keep talking about the litigation. We've been clear what our ask is on that. What I would rather us spend our time talking about is what the mayor's talking about, which is the relationship. We're talking about remedies right now. We need to be talking about the relationship between us and you all, the relationship that has been longstanding for decades, that allowed us to continue having the building here and continue being a part of this community, but also that got us through the bridge deal that we're currently under. Yes, there's some conversation about the things that are not working for us under the threat of litigation, but outside of that, we wholeheartedly believe and agree with the mayor that there is a pathway to a deal getting done.
Thank you, but you're not going to be willing to give those 20 points to the mayor?
At the appropriate time, we absolutely, because that's how we're going to get to the deal. Yeah,
Okay,
we're going to
thank you.
dig in. Yes.
People can kiss my ass.
What was that? What was that? Like, let's be real here. What was that?
Felt like a lot of posturing to me.
That's what it felt like.
My brain hurts.
Are these people adults?
I'm tired. I don't think they are. No, to answer your question, they're not adults. They're children.
Do I need to change this number on the board behind me?
That's why I had to pull the clip for you today.
Casey coming in hot at the end, tried to change it to 0, bro.
That's why I had to pull the clip. I just had to gauge everyone's thoughts on that one.
Look, I'll dive into this tonight and take a little more peek at it. And again, check primetime tonight from 3 to 7, as I'm sure they will as well. Do we know if Dwayne Hankins said anything, or was he just in attendance?
I don't know that.
The threat of litigation. Well, we don't know how to assess the threat unless we know if there's an actual threat on the board, because threats are only threats unless they actually become feasible threats. That is when we'll take a peek at it and understand if threats are viable.
It's a lot of threats.
A lot
of threats of threats.
A lot of threats.
Threatening of the threats. Yeah. That is literally all you can say is
Again, it looks like the minutes from the meeting today have been posted. So at 10:18 a.m., Councilor Olivia Clark from District 4 asked if the Blazers believe the Moda Center is in first-class condition now, and why does it need such a major upgrade? Hankins replied that the first-class condition at present refers to the fact that the team has kept up with all the needed maintenance over the past 30 years, but that the renovations go beyond just maintenance. As an example, he points to the possibility of a new grand entrance to replace a current bottleneck at the north entry point.
That sounds like an adult response.
I would love that, actually.
That sounds like an answer.
The entrance to the Moda Center is horrible.
It sucks. It sucks, and there's only one of them.
Hankins also said that the organization is afraid of releasing too many details and then getting sued later. He explained the renovation planning has been underway since 2020, starting with an initial $800 million wish list in 2021.
Which Jody Allen saw that $800 million wish list and was like, we good, we out, fam.
We out.
That has since been narrowed down to a more focused should-do package closer to $650 million.
Look, whether you agree with what Dwayne Hankins is saying there or not, the fact remains is that he's at least giving you content.
He gave an answer.
He gave you an answer.
He gave an example.
And I think that's a fair thing to say that, like, hey, we would love to, but if we tell you everything and don't follow through on one of them, you're going to sue us.
He called the draft term sheet released 2 weeks ago a PR response after NBA Commissioner Adam Silver said the negotiation process had gone off track and that the team wasn't involved in negotiating the draft term.
I think that's a fair thing to say. I think that's a fair thing from Dwayne Hankins to say.
In the past few weeks, this process has become increasingly adversarial.
And
that's a direct quote.
And that's probably why this suing clause, again, we talked about this earlier. I don't think it's because Dundon's going to move the team. It's because they want a detailed line for line, what are you going to spend this money on, despite the fact that we can't do it for our own city budget. We want it from you so that if he does anything out of line, they're like, bam, we got you. It's like it's entrapment is what it is.
They're trying to get him.
They're trying to get him.
They're trying to play gotcha politics.
Yeah, like you don't want to be one of us. You don't love Portland like we do, which is a problem for me. But they do that.
Because he doesn't.
But they do that, and they say that because they want to say, gotcha. We pulled one over on the billionaire. And it's like, why don't you guys go back to your job and do it? Goodness gracious.
I think we're at 0, guys.
I think it's at 0 too. We'll circle back tomorrow and have this conversation. Closing arguments brought to you by Oregon Divorce Mediation Services, presented by our friends at Leskin Law. For more information, visit leskinlaw.com. Oregon Divorce Mediation Services, the alternative to divorce court. Thank you, Stephen, for sitting in. We'll catch you tomorrow. For Stephen Vaughn, Casey Smith, I'm Patrick Harris. Go do something I would do.
All right, kids, welcome into another summer vacation edition of Happy Hour. We have only one more show after today with the automatic bonus hour. I'm sure we'll have them when the Ducks are on the road or playing Friday games or whatever, just like we did last year. But Duck Insider is back on Monday. So we will go back to the normal happy hour. So when you tune into 105.1 FM, 1080 AM, 105.1thefan.com, Odyssey.com, the Odyssey app, your smart speaker, however you listen to this stupid station, that's how you will get Duck Insider on Monday. But since I had a couple shows left, let's bring in another one of our friends and welcoming back James Hartenfeld. James, how are you, sir?
Luke, thank you so much for having me. It's always good to be back here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we try to get different angles on it, and we were just talking with Patrick and Steven as they kind of left the thing. I talk less about certain things than anybody else, and I threw it out to you and said, hey, what do you want to talk about? It's your show as much as it is mine. I'd rather set you up for things that you want to talk about. Otherwise, you're just trying to carry along. I can do that without you. So
yeah, you're great. You're great at what you do.
Oh,
undeniably.
You stop. But one of the things that I have not necessarily avoided, I shut down the idea that we need to make predictions. How good are the Philadelphia 76ers going to be? How many championships will they win? What do you think their record will be? Will they set the record for the best record? I can't do that.
I'd love for them to set the record for the best record.
Yeah, like whatever. There's so much hype. There is so much running up to where's LeBron gonna go? Where are the Sixers on the hierarchy? They weren't. And where was Ja Morant gonna go? He wasn't even on the radar when he shows up in Portland. So I try not to get too hyped going into a decision, and I try not to make too many proclamations after it. But you want to talk about LeBron and the Sixers and the decision. I have no idea what angle, so I'll set it up to you. Like what was your first thought when he goes 76ers? Shut up!
I like it. Can we keep that going for the whole hour?
Oh yes. If we let Casey, he would. That's all he would do. So yeah, what was your thought on him going Philadelphia?
I think my investment in it was like after the World Cup, I was waking up looking for something to do, something to watch, and I was like, might as well listen to more. And
so you got caught up in the whole media circus that was around LeBron. He's going to go to the Heat. They accidentally told us too early.
Oh, the leak. The leak.
The one hope that I have is that he was going to go to Miami, and then the leak happened, and they went, nope, we're out. Yeah. And you've got Maverick Carter and Rich Paul, and they're making last-minute phone. All right, who wants him now? We were going to go to Miami. But that's the only headline that I'm looking for after this until actual basketball starts. That's the only one I'm looking for is that. But they came out the other day and they're like, no, he just made all that stuff before he was going on vacation. The kid didn't even get fired. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was so very disappointing. That was what I was hoping for.
It was disappointing and still hard to say if it was intentional or not. And also,
well, so the report was, it was literally like he had like a week's worth of vacation coming up, and he was going to take the vacation a decision might have possibly been made. So all it was he sent it to his team and accidentally scheduled it, but sent it through.
He wasn't managing his Calendly correctly.
Yeah, whatever it was. Exactly. Whatever button he wasn't supposed to have checked, he did, and that's how it ended up. So it was turns out to be a kind of an innocent mistake.
And that is the truth. Okay.
Yeah, so that's been reported from multiple outlets. So I was like, that stinks. So that's all I was really hoping for.
I don't care about it much at all. I don't like the Sixers. I don't really like any piece of the Sixers, but now that we get Ben Simmons in the conversation, oh my God.
Is he going to end up back in Philadelphia? That I have not heard.
It's been
He wants to come back. He wants to come back and play basketball. I know, but I know he's been busy winning fishing championships. I'm saying maybe just stay with that. You made enough money. You weren't very good at basketball. Turns out.
Let him. I love. Yeah, they said that he's gonna play the 5.
Oh yeah,
and he's gonna be a playmaker.
Okay,
and he has LeBron's agent now.
Oh,
so he has Rich Paul in his camp, and I'd love to keep talking about Ben Simmons. Any
chance I get, That's who I want to show up in Portland. To just everybody's like, oh, we need a wing, and just put him out there, a guy that's afraid to shoot.
Yeah.
Cannot be sent to the free throw line. I would love it if Ben Simmons was here in Portland, because half the fans would learn to love him.
Oh,
and
we embrace mental health here.
Oh yeah, all of the wrong. There's always like Portland. They find reasons to love guys for all the wrong reasons, and then the other half will hate them, and it would be perfect. He would be a perfect Portland Trailblazer.
Ja Morant and Ben Simmons in Portland. This city would be electric.
Yeah. I mean, and then you add what's the guy's name? Tunja. We got that guy. We signed some two-way player. It's so funny. So, Casey, did we hear anything out of the actual Portland City Council meeting today? Like, did they say anything?
It was a lot of posturing. That's today.
I glanced in on it a little bit. So they actually had a public City Council meeting to talk about it.
We had some heavy hitters actually from the Blazers at that meeting.
Yeah, but nothing was decided. The vote's in 2 weeks or whatever it is. So, but everybody was there actually talking about this. I had this conversation with somebody, I think yesterday. If you go on to the Blazers page on ESPN, there is no talk of the Blazers moving or the city council fight or all of that. Like the biggest thing that has us consumed with everything that is going on.
It's this national discussion forefront.
No. Not turns out not really. But there's some guy named Tunja that was signed, and it just sits there at the very top of the ESPN feed, and it's the only story that has been at the top for like a week and a half, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, the biggest thing that's going on in the Blazers. I almost got in a fist fight at a barbecue with a friend of mine's dad the other day because he hates Tom Dundon so much, and I don't know what he's done, and they're definitely going to move the team. And I go, well, they're not. And he's like, no, I know, but... And
they're going to Mexico City.
Yeah, they're not going to Dubai, apparently. Apparently, we canceled our relationship with the Middle East.
The Albuquerque Blazers are no more.
That's right.
That's a beautiful town.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful town.
It really is. We'll be the Paris Blazers, but it'll be Paris, Texas, or Paris, California.
An Adobe Stadium.
Yeah.
Is that?
Well, hey, listen, the climate pledge is really just a hole in the ground, too. So why not? We can do this. We can do the same thing. So you've got LeBron, you've got Jaylen Brown, you've got Joel Embiid. Like they've turned themselves. Are they better than the Knicks? Are they better than what's left on the Celtics? Are they better than Tyrese Halliburton coming back to the Pacers? I mean,
I don't know. I feel like they're going to make Maxey worse somehow. This all makes Maxey worse. I feel like
just stunts his growth.
I feel like there's a lot of pieces. I'm not a Jaylen Brown guy at all. I don't know. Does LeBron kind of like improve a locker room presence for this team? Does Embiid actually play half a season? I can't picture this team being great.
I can picture it being like maybe the greatest load management team of all time, like between a 42-year-old LeBron and Joel Embiid, because Joel Embiid has not played more than 40 games in a season in the last 3 years.
It seems as though that they might only have to win 40-some games to make the playoffs anyway.
Sure.
So
you're definitely not wrong
if
about
LeBron
that.
and Joel combine for about 45 games on the year, I think they'll still be fine.
They'll combine. Joel, you take these 20, I'll take these 25. Everybody else just drag us along and we'll get there.
They're everything what the Paul Pierce era Brooklyn Nets should have been. Like if they play with any wisdom at all.
He's played 57 games over the last 2 seasons.
So, and a total of how many per season? Even the year before,
38 last year, 19 the year before, 39 in 2020.
Yeah, so he's not he's not played half a season in either of the last 3 seasons for Joel Embiid. So, but he's been available for the postseason to go and limp around and almost drag them there. So I don't know. I mean, you have to look at it differently. The thing that made me the most happy about LeBron signing with the Sixers was that Daryl Morey just left.
Yeah.
Like Daryl Morey, this brilliant architect, right? When he went to Houston and had that team going, and you're like, I mean, we figured out the key to unlocking James Harden's success or whatever. Not in the playoffs, but they won a ton of games, and he's MVP, and you have all this. And then he kind of unceremoniously gets fired, and it's like, well, that was kind of a disaster. Like, creating a good regular season team doesn't do any good. The Sixers picked him up so quickly after that, and they're like, we're going to continue the process. We've got it figured out. Like, they're just such a punchline. And
Yeah.
I mean, if LeBron were to go and win a championship, and they said that he might play beyond this 2-year, $8 million contract, like it feels very much like it's cheating. The guy's playing for $4 million a year, so that's idiotic, anyways. But if he were to win a fourth championship or a championship with a fourth team,
sure.
Like, do we really think differently of him? Like, congratulations, you took zero money, to go and play for a team that was already pretty good,
right?
Yeah. I don't know what is. I mean, he's greatness. There's no question about it. Just his longevity. He's shown that his commitment to basketball. You're the best.
Awesome. Yeah. Specimen.
Play as long as you want. You're welcome to hang around, and if you can put up with it, and you want to have a Vince Carter career where you just stand in the corner and shoot threes, play defense when you want. Like, dude, you've earned it.
Yeah.
Wherever you want, whenever you want. Cool.
Totally. And I wish that was in Cleveland.
Do you?
I do. Yeah. Just to like have a nice ending. Like, how many more seasons are you going to get after this?
But if you're Cleveland, you've got a team that is probably top 3 or 4 in the East for the last few years, and you've got Spida out there and Donovan Mitchell, and is Donovan Mitchell, and then you've got Harden should be coming back, I guess. You've got all this young talent.
DeRozan probably coming in.
Yep. Well, I don't know. It's better. You know who they got after they didn't get they didn't sign LeBron, and then they went out and got EuroLeague MVP Mario Hezonja.
Oh, that's where he went.
Yeah,
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's
Blazers great.
I didn't know that's where
Mario Hezonja.
People were after him. That was a big fish.
One of my best friends told me that the Mario Hezonja signing for the Blazers was he's like, watch out, this is going to be the one. This is the guy. He has actually been like the best European basketball player after leaving. He's won championships and MVPs and all of that. Now he comes back right to that. So
now he's ready.
I'm going to watch. I'm going to be paying close attention. Who has a better year, LeBron or Mario Hezonja? I'm only looking at totals because I'm not going to go averages. If LeBron's out there for his 25 games that Casey has given him, and he scores a total of however many points, that's what I'm looking at. Mario Hezonja,
absolutely,
versus LeBron James. We'll see who else everybody else signs. James Hartenfeld is with us. We're going to be talking sports. What was next on your list? I know you're really excited about something about the WNBA, but I don't think we can talk about that on air.
There was some crazy. The WNBA is burning down to the ground, man.
Oh. No, I gotta get your Tony Romo takes. I don't know that I've ever been more uncomfortable than the videos that I was watching yesterday. I don't know which one's worse, the roadside camera of Tony Romo or the parking garage video of Tony Romo. So we'll get James a local comedian's perspective on Tony Romo.
It's valuable.
We'll do it next. It is the bonus hour of Happy Hour on 105.1 The Fan. All right, welcome back into the bonus hour. We've only got one more of these tomorrow, and then we are back to the regularly scheduled program. Duck Insider will be back. And I didn't want to work very hard today, so I brought in a guest. James Hartenfeld is with us. James, what do you got going on for stand-up shows around town if people want to go and check them out?
Yeah, I'm in Multnomah Village tonight for a really awesome show with Level Beer. That's on the last Thursday of every month. That's always a good time. Where else am I?
Is that a feature, open mic? What do you got?
It's just 3 comics doing a little showcase.
Love that. Showcase is always the way to go. So Level Beer is just tap room?
Yeah, it's a little tap room. They have 3 locations, and this one's just the most fun. It's so fun. 40 seats, but it's just a blast.
Excellent.
Very fun
Excellent.
show. Then it's Laugh Basement at the Goodfoot. That's a great show. It's always electric over there, and just a little show through the town right now.
Nice. And if people want to check you out, where can they find all your stuff?
That is all at Hartenfeld on Instagram, HARTNFELD.
Just like it sounds.
Yeah, you can see all the runs there.
All right. Well, perfect. So you want to talk a little Tony Romo. I don't know how to feel about all of this.
It's a need. I need to talk about it.
Well, it's a bubbling desire inside your bones that you have to talk about it. We found out that he had an OWI, why Wisconsin calls it an OWI instead of a DUI.
Oh, jeez.
No. What have you done here? Oh boy, OWI, guys, we got one here. Don't invite me to do accents. I will do that all day. Oh, geez. He had an open container of alcohol in the car. We found that out this morning. Yeah. It sounds like CBS is backing him, and he's going to be back on the broadcast. Maybe he'll be sober again, and we can enjoy him predicting plays or something. I can't say for sure how much it'll change. I'm sure we'll get a big heartfelt apology from Tony Romo in the coming days, well before he's on his first broadcast. Yeah. And I'm sure it won't be written by his publicist. That will be great. What was your take on the whole thing that you have to share with the people?
I was rooting for him.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
You can do it.
I was like
even during all the stretches?
Yeah, especially during the stretches.
Were you rooting for him to pull it together? Just snap out of it, Tony. You're a trained athlete. You've been through all of this before. You've dealt with coaches yelling at you. You made it. You pulled yourself up from the bootstraps.
Yeah.
Eastern Illinois. You were the long shot, buddy.
Yeah.
If you can do that, you can do this.
Playing quarterbacks all above the shoulders. I thought he was gonna really hang in there. I thought he was gonna answer the questions with a lot of clarity. And but when he needed to be compliant, he was compliant.
Ish.
At one point, he stalled a lot.
I'm not gonna lie to you. At one point, I just had to shut it off. I couldn't do anymore. When he leaned on the front of the car in the smuggest kind of way, and the other officer who's just standing back going, "I'm just here in case I have to shoot you," just comes up and it's like, "Hey, buddy, you can't be doing that." I was like, "Ooh, this is too much." It's so cringy.
And it's because he thinks he's being charming.
Yes, very much so.
And that hurts. That really hurts to watch. I loved watching a giant guy just be like, "Okay, yeah, put the handcuffs on me." Like, "Okay, yeah, you need to put the handcuffs on me."
Did I pass?
Yeah, did I pass? It's Tony Romo. Of course he's passing.
Yeah.
He's airing that out.
He's gonna throw it. Will it make it to his guys? Can't say. Oh boy. I mean, that had to have been. I don't know if it was good or bad. Did you and Joe talk about it yesterday? He's a Cowboys fan, isn't he?
Yes, we did.
How'd Joe feel about it? I didn't catch
Joe
that.
did not like it. That's Joe's quarterback, so that's Joe being a little bit hurt.
Yeah.
The childhood of Joe is just starting to eat back up at him where he's like, "That's my guy."
That's
my guy.
Yeah. It did have a very Never Meet Your Heroes feel to it.
If that was Peyton I'd be folding. I would be turning it off.
I think I would have turned it off if it was Peyton.
I turned it off and it was Tony Romo. I don't have any,
That's why I couldn't stop watching.
My favorite Tony Romo moment of all time. Maybe I do because I do have this tiny little sliver of love for Tony Romo. It's because it was against the Seahawks when he was holding that snap.
Sure.
Well, I should say not holding that snap. Yep. But yeah, he'd become the starting quarterback, but they never got around to taking him off of holding for extra points. And here, I think it might have been a field goal to win it or whatever it was. Anyways, it was. That's my favorite Tony Romo moment. So I still have love for him, and I couldn't bring myself to even make it through the whole thing. But the roadside video is just as bad.
Oh, it's all terrible. I don't know if it should be out. That's how when I was watching it, I was like, I don't know if.
Yeah.
This.
When
this is public.
When he grabs his wrist after if she asks him any head injuries,
and
he goes. I mean, not recently. Over the years, maybe.
Yeah.
That was such a fascinating part where it's that moment I was like, does he want to tell them that he's Tony Romo?
Yeah.
I was like, what's the relationship? That do they know? Are they trying to get out of him?
When does he try to break this fourth wall?
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
That is always one of those tricky things, though, too. Like, if you know it's Tony Romo, then you can't acknowledge that it's Tony Romo. Like, that's the whole thing, right? The same thing with. Unfortunately, we have plenty of Tiger Woods evidence of this fairly recently. Yeah. But it's like you can't acknowledge that you recognize their celebrity,
right?
And not in a state to be like, yeah, you know who I am. Like he doesn't know that they can't know him. Like it's like, well, you're making it even more difficult by trying to ham it up here, bud. But when he got in the starting block, I'm like, oh. So if you're listening, if you're not and you have not watched the video,
when he gets in the starting block,
he does.
That is a beautiful
representation.
I
of genuinely thought he's like, are they timing this? I have to do 9 steps. Oh, I can do that. I mean, I ran a 4.740 in my pro day. Like, let's
go. He's doing
go.
snap counts.
Like, is he getting a 3-point stance? What is he doing?
Whitey.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Well, yeah. So I don't know if we expect Tony Romo to be back. In that, I do not expect to see him doing any more Corona ads. I think that relationship has probably been severed if it wasn't already.
I forgot about that.
It's a harsh reminder. It is a harsh reminder.
They'll really dig into Eli on that one.
They'll do that little Danny DeVito bit that they do. It's like, hey, you're taking my Jersey Mike's thing. And it'll be Tony Romo going, please take my Corona thing. Eli's like, okay, well, yeah. I'll take your keys too, bud. Like, no, we can not do that. Yeah, that is a rough one. What do you think happens with Tony Romo? Do we get...
If CBS, it could be a story where we get some redemption. It probably will be spun as a redemption story, especially if they keep him on that staff. And I just can't believe we got 2 locations of that video. There's so many things that are just unbelievable about that video.
And the quality of the video. I mean, let's be honest. Some of the camera work that you get on these body cams, it's not nearly as clear, crystal clear. You can hear everything.
You know what? I am bummed out that the audio cut off as he was in the car.
Yeah,
there's a good about 10 minutes there where you know that these cops are yucking it up. Like, dude, is this Tony Romo?
What's that
the
ride?
And the audio's cut out from the video.
Well, I feel like I'm as far as I know, because trailers are already out, Super Troopers 3 is already in the can, but that's enough that we get a Super Troopers 4 out of those guys, right? Like, just the
we could
Tony
easily
Romo
get a Tony
thing.
Romo cameo.
Oh yeah. Like I think even if it's not, it's another quarterback. But I think there's enough there to build another movie around, and the whole thing would be just great. So
absolutely.
So if there's any positives out of it, I think we found a couple. So that's all we can do. But yeah, the redemption story and the hey, I'm working on myself and doing all that, and
nobody got hurt.
That actually is one of the great things. And I think a lot of us, I mean, I knew what it was, but I think there's a lot of people out there that learned what a gore gap is. Not Tony.
Valid question by Tony.
Not Tony, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's on the driving test, but I mean, I've lived in a lot of states, so I've taken a lot of driving tests, so I'm aware of what a gore gap is. He had no clue. Maybe somebody learned about that. You can't cross over that little triangle where the roads meet, Tony.
No.
The what now? The what now?
Now I know.
Yeah.
Now I
know. Hey, you mentioned, I don't know if it was on air or off air. I know we were kind of chatting how the different fandoms that we have at the Fan, and you are a Colts fan.
I'm a Colts fan.
You are a ride or die with the Colts, and they've mostly died lately.
I've got my Cal Sheet bet on right now for the Colts Super Bowl.
Okay, real quick, we need to clarify something here. Kalshi's not bets; those are futures predictions.
Yeah, I got a future. I've got an investment.
My portfolio has been updated to include future predictions as they relate to my Indianapolis Colts. I believe it's how you're supposed to say that.
Yeah.
So otherwise, we could get in trouble here. But Daniel Jones sounds like he's going to be back and ready to go.
Yeah.
We Casey and I have been having conversations about coaches that are on the hot seat. All of the different stories around it. I want to get your expectations for the Colts. It's the NFL is, I think, one of those leagues where you can look at any team and you could tell me why they're going to win 3 games and why they're going to win 13 games.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I wouldn't believe you in either direction at the same time. So I want to get your prediction as a fan on the Colts. But first, we have to walk over to the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk and get an update.
First on the Fan, I know we wanted to stay away from WNBA stories, but I've got a good one for you. WNBA
kind of a
stars
joke for me and James, but
Paige Beckers and Angel Reese will not face any punishment after a since-deleted social media post showed the two discussing a friendly wager prior to the team's matchup on Wednesday.
Wow.
Wasn't that post on the WNBA's social feeds?
Yes, it was.
What are we...
The WNBA acknowledged on Thursday that the post from the league's X account missed the mark.
Oh, really?
Missed the mark was the word.
Yeah.
While the social media post was intended to be lighthearted, WNBA players are well aware of the league's policies prohibiting betting on WNBA games and receive training every year reinforcing those policies. A WNBA spokesperson said in a statement, "We recognize that the post missed the mark, removed it shortly after it was published, and addressed the matter internally."
I would like to know how many people signed off on that before it got posted. It's on the league account. Obviously, Beckers was like, this is hilarious. And Angel Reese was like, oh, it's going to up my stock, and I'm going to be in more fashion shows. Wonderful.
Totally.
I don't know why they talk like carnies from the 1920s, but the whole thing was just as stupid as it could have been. And, I mean, like, even jokingly making fun of your Kalshi thing, everybody in sport and media is very aware of how sensitive you have to be around this. One of my favorite betting things ever was as Chauncey's story was coming out by the FBI, ESPN very quickly dropping the ESPN bet logo from Get Up was one of my favorite things ever. Everybody knows this. Apparently, now the WNBA is caught up, so good for them.
And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Casey Smith from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
Your home for
By video only.
Every time I hear the rejoin music, I put my headphones back in, and then I'm getting the full monitor sound in it, and I cannot get James Hartenfeld to stop talking to me. So the last 35 seconds of every conversation that we've had in the break, I do not know what you're saying. But we'll get you to pick up on the visual cues of this. You're a stand-up, you're not a radio host, but I appreciate you coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out James Hartenfeld, do some stand-up comedy, just go to @Hartenfeld on Insta.
Yep.
And that's a way to find it. Very funny guy. I've caught you to stand up a handful of times.
Yeah.
We just missed each other the other day. Were you performing at Helium?
We had just wrapped up a show, and we were getting ready for a 10 p.m. show, and I work for Travel Portland sometimes, like shooting videos. So we just shot a video. We were looking for something to do, so we're like, let's just watch the Argentina game at Helium in the sidebar.
Gotcha.
So we just walk up there, and we get that whole sidebar to ourselves.
Yeah, Sidebar's great. It's probably a great place to hang out and watch a thing.
Yeah.
It's during a show. It's empty.
Yeah.
No, smart. Yeah, no, I get that. You are also an Indianapolis Colts fan.
Big time.
This is one of the teams that I do not know what to expect from this year. And you look around the NFL, and every year you have a team that seems to, underperform, overperform. You had the Jacksonville Jaguars 2 years ago have 3 wins. Last year they have 3 losses. So the turnaround that teams can make is incredible. But Daniel Jones by himself is an NFL reclamation project that was going incredibly well to start the season last year. He pops his Achilles. I don't know what the normal timeline is for this, but this seems accelerated. He's going to be ready. He's ready to play in camp now. He's going to be ready for week 1. He should be as healthy as he can be coming off an Achilles to start the season. So you've got a division with the Colts who were expected to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
They have been expected to be good since Shane Steichen got there. People have sworn up and down that this team has everything they need. They just need to figure out the quarterback. Then Daniel Jones comes in. They figure it out. He gets hurt. Phillip Rivers is playing in the game against the Seahawks. It's a wild image to go and look at. So that's obviously it didn't finish out the way that the season planned. But that was quite the ride. I think we talked about that in the fall. It was just the whole thing was insane. Jaguars had the big turnaround. Titans have a new coach. The Houston Texans might have the baddest defense in the world, and then they have a quarterback who has only gotten worse each year that he's played in the NFL. It's a very weird division.
Yeah.
Explain to me what you think will happen in that division, because I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, I think CJ's reliability and his demise is going to definitely work to our benefit, definitely work to the Colts' benefit. But also, Daniel is projected to be a great quarterback again.
I love that you're on a first-name basis with your quarterback. I think that's just great. You guys have
Danny.
My boy Danny.
I'm not going to call him Daniel Jones. I don't know. Daniel Jones is harder for me to say for some reason.
That's hilarious.
But projected to come back and play great, I'm sure. And it's not like we just found our quarterback. We had one of the best offenses of all time. We had one of the highest scoring, one of the most efficient offenses of all time.
And Daniel Jones is underrated as a rusher, too. I mean, that was one of the things, because he failed in New York. It was so public, and he was supposed to be the heir apparent to Eli Manning and all of that. So for that not to work out and then bounce around, I think he was a backup in Minnesota, mid-season left New York, and had been paid to do so, and then ends up in Indianapolis. And nobody expected what happened. But Jonathan Taylor's a freak. That offensive line is awesome, and you've got all the pieces. So if you get a healthy year from Daniel Jones.
Also, Daniel's projected to be, he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks that's projected to lose his starting position this year.
Okay.
So it's
to whom?
We didn't give up. We're not giving up Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, because nobody wanted him. Is that the Colts not giving up on Anthony Richardson?
I don't know what
or
that
not
is.
having an option to do with it.
It could be both.
Yeah.
It could very well be both.
Did you ever see flashes from him and you're like, oh man, if we can get this all figured out?
There was a throw one time, where it was like a Caleb Williams-esque throw that was oh wait, and that was it.
In fairness, I did opine on Jalen Milroe yesterday because he had a good day in training camp for the first time in 2 years. So I understand the allure of if you can figure out how to get these great athletes to actually play the position competently, they have such an advantage.
Yeah. But Jonathan Taylor, we also need to figure out how to pay him. Like
he's
like,
he's unique in the sense that you have Bijan Robinson is holding in, so he's at the Falcons training camp and not playing. You have Jahmyr Gibbs, who is at Lions training camp and not playing. But Jonathan Taylor said, "I have faith they'll figure it out." So he's out there practicing, and maybe that's just his Midwest mentality and the way that he's wired. But it seems like a good sign for the organization.
Totally. But that being said, I want us to. I think we'll have a great season. I want us to, obviously, and I just have to have faith in that, I guess.
Oh, you and Jonathan Taylor with all your faith. I like that.
Because I do. Yeah. I love our receiving core. I love Sauce. So I hope these pieces come together. I hope people stay healthy.
How do you feel about the Alec Pierce signing him to a major contract? Him also missing training camp because of injury, and Michael Pittman, who led you guys in receiving yards last year, was over with my team in Pittsburgh.
Did we? Obviously, missing Pittman's a huge deal. Did we wind up paying Alec, though?
I believe we got a 4-year over $100 million.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, yeah. I think that's great. I think that's awesome. Because I loved him, and I still love him, but I wasn't sure if that wound up happening or not. So I'm definitely glad we paid him. So
yeah.
Really happy about that.
Okay, so big question. If you end up not having a year, is Shane Steichen still this genius that we can hang our hat on, or is he just a guy that benefited from going through that machine in Philadelphia, gets the head coaching job, and just everybody saw him as a golden boy? As a fan of the team, I know you're not an expert on this, do you want to see him stick around if they can't get it together with a healthy Daniel Jones this year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I want to see him get a shot. And if the season just falls apart with the team, if the team's healthy and we fall apart, obviously that's a different thing. But I think there's something to it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's because we're sitting there with the Mariners right now and just watching them every day, and people are starting to call for the manager's job because you have all this potential World Series team, and everybody's believing that they have all of the pieces in place, and then when it doesn't connect, so this is a team that needs to make a playoff run, or Shane Steichen could be in a little bit of trouble. But sounds like you're happy with all the pieces. I'm sure you watch a lot more Colts and a lot closer than I do, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that will be interesting to see what happens, I don't think there's anybody within 400 miles of Portland that doesn't have an opinion on what's going to happen with the Portland Trailblazers.
Sure.
We had the city council meeting. It sounds like everything was pretty cordial. It was a lot of people making sure that their voice was heard and didn't have a bunch of headlines. Have you seen anything it's because it's all wrapped up now. I caught a little bit of it, but it was just very political. Everybody going through their prepared speeches when I had it.
Just a lot of back and forth posturing. It felt like today.
Okay, so I want to get your thought. What happens moving forward? Do we like the new owner? I don't think I've gotten your opinions on any of it. Do we like Ja Morant? Think about it. Think about it. We got a second. We'll be back with more bonus hour of Happy Hour and James Hartenfeld on 105.1 The Fan and The Fan Sports Network.
The new home. is a Big Ten Media Days edition of the Fan Happy Hour with Luke Anderson. Brought to you by Video Only.
I still can't get James to stop talking in the last 30 seconds. He's waiting to put his headphones on until the last minute when I start talking. So he was saying something there. James, did you get to hear any of that opening music there?
Play it again.
Okay, we'll see if we can get just a quick little. Do we have it there? Can't get him to stop talking. You would never guess it.
I'm having a good
time.
time.
We have switched. Well, that's what you're supposed to have when you come in here, for crying out loud. The station has switched to royalty-free music so that we can make a little money on YouTube, so that we can keep the microphones and the lights on in here.
Yep.
I suppose that's all the reasons. So we've switched to it. That song was called Shark Porn, which I've used in projects on the air and outside of the show as well. So it's a great multi-use track.
I love
the
idea of getting into a big shark porn lawsuit over that.
Oh yeah, the creators of Shark Porn. Come over here. Well, no, you were talking about the song, not the actual art medium.
Yeah.
Wait, is that a thing? I think that's on the Discovery Channel right now. Are they doing their Shark Porn Week?
It's right after Meerkat Manor gets on.
That's right. But isn't that a big part of Shark Week? It's Shark Week after hours. Let's go. There you go. All right. So, Casey, we had a little update after today's hearing. There are, 3 more meetings, including the vote. What's the schedule for City Council to get all this stuff worked out and see if we have a basketball team in the Rose City?
Yeah, so the first public hearing for the term sheet will be on August 5th. Multnomah County Commissioners, they rescheduled their vote on the Moda Center renovation fundings. They will meet on August 6th, and then the final vote for Portland City Council, that'll be on August 12th.
Okay, so the term sheet will be next Wednesday, the county vote will be next Thursday, and then the following Wednesday will be the actual vote for the city council. So
Correctamundo.
So if you'd like to freak out, you can do it all the way right up until the votes happen, and or you can have the option of assuming that everything will go wrong because it always did, because the city doesn't care about sports, and they're going to let it go away.
Oh, no! We suck again!
What is the wild ride that you've been on, James, with the new ownership? The cheapo Tom Dundon, and he doesn't care about this team. He doesn't care about this city. He only bought them so he can move them to Dallas or Raleigh, which both already have teams.
Austin is way up there.
Oh yeah, I know. Except for it's like in San Antonio's backyard, and it's part of their media market. Yeah, exactly. Because technically his hockey team is in Raleigh, but Charlotte has a team, and they're not gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the wild ride that you've been on? Because I feel like everybody has taken this journey and made it about them.
I mean, it's obviously a bad journey, but I'm also confused because, he's part of an ownership group.
Yes,
so
exactly.
It's not just him. It's this conglomerate trying to make a business decision, and they probably just want. I don't know what the voting is going to look like, but I'm confused because, I'm sure that even if the expenses are partially subsidized, that's a win for them.
Yeah.
If they save any amount of money on this renovation. this basketball reservation. We have no. So if they save any amount of money on the renovation, that's a win.
Well, the city owns the building, and so it's the renovation has already been approved at the state level. There's $88 million that needs to be approved at the county level, and then there's another $120 at the city level. So they had the argument that got everybody all hot and bothered in the county 2 weeks ago or week ago, and then now they moved the vote 2 weeks out, so it'll be next week. And everybody was worried about that, but all they did was push the vote back. Right. And they said, okay, so the term sheet will come out the day before that vote. And if you're the Moda Center and you're owned by the city, you don't have the Blazers. What do you do with that building? That's what I can't figure out, because the Blazers run all the operations. So when a concert comes through, you buy your tickets through the Blazers or the Rose Quarter or whatever that's run by the Blazers. So it feels like it's definitely going to happen. I cannot imagine that they're going to want to drag it out. The fact that people got so upset about it is shocking to me. So to have you here, who is not a Blazers fan, if you talked with friends that are just like, oh my God, they're leaving and they're going to go.
Yeah, like that is such a wake up call to realize that I'm not that big of a Blazers fan as much as I do like them. I'm like, what if they're not here? Like, what does that look like? And also, how long does it take to move a team? Too? Like, it's like say they are moving the team. Like when, like it's not
2030.
When does that happen? What's the timeline on that? So there's a lot I still don't understand about it. I don't think that obviously. You don't want this kind of battle to be happening, and you want people with that do have a lot of money to just go ahead and spend the money. But if they can save the money and have the city take care of this, they're going to do that. They're going to do that.
It's a business dealing. I just feel like the city has been so spoiled by having an owner. Paul Allen built the Moda Center, Rose Garden at the time, to save the team.
Yeah,
like they were not going to be able to continue in the Coliseum. And the Coliseum, the fact that it's still there is
crazy.
Just because the memorial, just for anybody that doesn't know, the building is not the memorial. There is a Korean War memorial downstairs near the Memorial Coliseum.
People don't know that.
They do not.
People do
but
not
there's a
know
little
that.
sign that says, hey, if you'd like to go and see the memorial. I don't even think most people know what the memorial is for. It is for the Korean War.
Yeah.
It is near the Memorial Coliseum. But people insisted, and it is now a historical site, and it will not be coming down, and it got a lovely renovation. The Winterhawks games look and feel a lot better last season. They're really nice.
Yeah.
And I was talking with somebody at the Winterhawks. He's like, did you notice? And I go, what do you mean? He goes, like, well, did you notice what we put in? I'm like, yeah, the new seats are great. He's like, no, not that. We put in handrails. They did not have handrails before, so it's just little things like that you don't notice. And I had somebody asking me earlier today. They're like, "Well, what renovations are they actually going to make?"
Yes,
to the Moda Center.
That's a huge question right now.
And everything that part of the reason that you had the meeting today, and you're going to have all the conversations between now and the actual voting is what are those actually going to be. And what I have heard is that one of the biggest priorities is getting people in and out of that building. And I don't know, you've been to, what did we decide it was called? The Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis to watch the Pacers play?
Yeah.
Easier to get in and out of that building than it is the Moda Center?
Well, the thing is, I was on the lower level. So
Sure.
I just walked right in on the lower level, 100 level, and just walked right in. Their entryway's nice big archways. And it seemed like those renovations were fairly recent. I don't know how recent since they were Conseco Fieldhouse. But and then when I go to Blazer games, I sit in the suites a lot. So I get to park.
Of course you do.
I get to park and just walk right in, which is awesome. So, but even that is like dingy.
Yes,
like the suite entry is dingy.
It very much so.
Like,
it feels like you're not in the place you're supposed to be.
No,
it's always like, wait, am I supposed to be here?
Yeah,
it's an awkward entrance, and it is kind of weird. And I've told this story on the air before, but I went to the opening night for the Fire.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got there, we had club level seats, and so I could use that entrance. But the line for the club level entrance ran like 300 yards
because they're not prepared for a long line up there.
Well, do you know what else the line was there for, which I didn't realize until I sat in it for a little while? Is that's where the bag drop was, because so many people that were showing up for the Fire game had not been regular attendees of the Blazers game. So they brought their full backpack full of all their snacks and waters and preserves and blankets.
Covered in Sonic the Hedgehog.
They brought a
toys.
Bluetooth speaker, and they were just going to go and hang out and do the whole thing. Sonic plush toy is not far off.
It's a new fan base.
So it is. It's a fan base. There was a family sitting behind me, and I couldn't pull myself to turn around. All I wanted to do was just turn around and stare at these people, but I couldn't. At one point, like third quarter, maybe the fourth quarter, there was like a TV timeout or something that happened, but it was just kind of a weird pause. Everybody in the arena starts doing the wave. Yay, the wave.
Yeah.
And one of the children
basketball.
turns to their mother and says, what are they doing over there, Mother? I'm looking at the wave, and she explains in the most academic way possible.
Yeah.
Well, at a lot of sporting events, son, you can see people doing the wave. It's a way to entertain themselves, but also to really stir up some emotion about the contest that's going on, whatever. And so then the wave comes around, and they're like, I rather enjoyed that. And it comes around again. This is surprisingly invigorating. And it was the funniest conversation I've maybe ever heard at a sporting event.
Dissecting the wave with your child.
But the entry into that stadium with a fan base that is not used to going, it was insane. I could not believe how long the wait was. We barely made it to our seats in time for I think we made it midway through the first quarter, so we didn't even make it in time for the start of the game. And we skipped the line once we realized it was back check, so I can't imagine how few people actually got in there. It was sold out, and I don't think it filled up until almost halftime.
Crazy.
So it was super strange to see how difficult it was to get into that arena. And even on a Blazers night, how many times have you sat in a line just going, come on, guys, like we've all done this before, can we go?
And it's the opening night of a new team.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be crazy. Yeah, that's insane.
Well, but Blazers games are better, but they're not great.
Right.
And most of the time it's, there's a handful of new folks that are going to the game for the first time, but it is a very difficult building to enter, and it just flat out is. And I mean, to say nothing of having just a few front doors on the Coliseum across the way when you have both events going on at the time. There's a lot of improvements that you can do for the fan experience that I think people would really appreciate. We didn't, when that building was built, we didn't even have a notion of smartphones, let alone the idea that you can go and beep, beep to get yourself into the arena. So just modernizing it from when it was built in, what, it had opened 1995. Okay. So it's a 31-year-old building.
The Blazers were playing in the Coliseum until 95?
I think that's right.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild? Yeah. They played against the Bulls in the NBA Finals.
That's crazy.
In the Memorial Coliseum.
October 12th, 1995.
Okay, there you go.
That's crazy.
Renamed the Moda Center back in 2013.
And people lost their mind. You know what? That hasn't been spoken about enough. As upset as everybody is about the idea that the renovations and the argument about the new owner and all of that. Does anybody remember how mad people got when the Rose Garden wasn't gonna be the Rose Garden? Like, it's not Lambeau Field, guys. Like, just maybe.
It's not a reservation.
It's not Fenway. There are no actual roses. There's not.
Yeah.
It's all.
Anyway. Gainbridge Fieldhouse, they got their last major renovation project in October of 2022.
So, there you go. When did you go?
I was there in 2012. Yeah.
Oh, and it was better. And it was better.
Nice.
It was. You said it was nicer than Moda Center.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
It is nicer than Moda Center.
Okay. So there you go. It was nicer in 2012.
The city is not nicer than Portland, but that stadium was nice.
Yeah. More MRI machines.
But we're also talking about, this is infrastructure stuff to be improved.
Well, there's a lot of it too. Well, but it's both. It's the fan
practical
experience and a lot of the infrastructure stuff, the diesel generators, the HVAC system, the amount of kitchens. There's like one main kitchen in there for all the prep for all the outlets, and it's only on one floor. There's multiple things. So just
these aren't golden cold plunges.
It's all. Ooh, there's not. Well, then I'm not going
for the team or whatever.
Oh, Buffy, we won't be going to this arena. No gold plunge. All right, James, I've really appreciated you having you on. When we get opportunities throughout the fall, if there's a bonus hour, if we are Sans Comic on Fridays, we'd love to have you back. Always
Anytime.
a pleasure, my friend. Check out James Hartenfeld doing stand-up comedy tonight in Multnomah Village. Mm-hmm. It is what tap
8
house?
p.m. at Level Beer.
Level Beer. And then tomorrow night
Tomorrow, actually, I forget where I am.
Okay.
I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
tomorrow I'm off, and then I'm on Saturday for a show called Art Critique.
All right. Well, check out Hartenfeld, at Hartenfeld on Insta, and go check out one of his shows. A very funny comedian and becoming a good friend of the show. Love having you on, and we'll talk to you soon. Normal shenanigans of happy hour will resume next. It's 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, some NFL news for you as Carolina Panthers rookie wide receiver Chris Brazzell II will undergo season-ending surgery on a torn LCL in his left knee. Brazzell's injury came on a non-contact play during a 7-on-7 drill as the third-round pick will now miss the entirety of the 2026 season. This just in, Saints are signing wide receiver Chris Olave to a 4-year extension worth up to $132 million. That includes $90 million in guarantees as Olave now stays in New Orleans. And finally, your Portland Timbers have signed Dutch international forward Vincent Janssen on a free transfer following a 4-year stint with Royal Antwerp FC. Janssen is set to join the club on a 2-year contract through 2027-28 season, pending the receipt of his P1 visa. The Timbers are set to face off against the Seattle Sounders this Saturday for yet another Cascadia Cup clash. And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Lowercase from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
This is the Fan.
Happy International Friendship Day, all you beautiful radio listeners. Thank you for joining our little happy hour. I hope you enjoyed one of the final 2 bonus hours that we're doing this summer. We appreciate you listening. If you're watching us on YouTube, here is a hand gesture just for you. You're welcome. YouTubers, feel free to hit us up on the chat feature if you're listening on the radio through 105.1 FM, 1080 AM, online at 1051thefan.com, Odyssey.com, the Odyssey app, or you ask your smart speaker to tell you when the Blazers are leaving Portland. And this is what you got. Use the fan text line. It's 503-2-GO-FAN. That's 503-864-6326. Use it. Use the text, use the chat to share your thoughts, ask questions, solicit advice, or answer me this, dear listeners. Are you enjoying Casey's lists? Casey, lowercase?
You know I am.
I know you're enjoying the list. Have you had any feedback from it? Are people happy with what you've been doing so far? You getting any dap for getting guys right? You get any criticism for doing things wrong?
No, not really.
All right. Well, as long as you're enjoying it, I suppose we'll do that. Unless we get a flood of hate mail, we will continue to look at the top 100 prospects.
Now that I think of it, I did have a few that said my Zay Flowers take was crazy.
What? That he was the 3rd best player in the NFL?
Oh God, no.
No,
how
high did you have him?
I think I had him in the 40s.
Yeah, you had him much higher on the list than where he showed up on the list.
I was missing on receivers.
You've been terrible on wide receivers.
Oh yeah.
But it's listen, this is something that is not your fault. As a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, there is something in the water when guys go to Pittsburgh, at least for a while, the Antonio Browns, the Mike Wallace, the Juju Smith-Schuster.
That's once they left Pittsburgh.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They're entirely different players in Pittsburgh and outside of it. I don't know how somebody that enjoys watching Steelers football would have any idea how to evaluate wide receivers. This is what I'm saying.
That's very fair.
We're on the same page with that. So this is not a criticism of you. This is just something that is very, very difficult for people of your ilk, Steeler fan, to figure out.
Especially if they didn't play quarterback in college.
Okay. And you didn't play quarterback in college?
No, Hines Ward and Antoine Randall.
That's a good point. And Cordell Stewart was playing slash and going out and catching passes. And it's Steelers have quite the history. There's no question about it. That is one of the more interesting teams to look at their entire history, and it's a fairly wild one.
We got a text that just came across the text line that says, we need a list of lowercases lists.
Oh, yeah. We should get a list going for lowercase, and that's probably the best idea that we've ever had. The 100 best players in the NFL as voted on by players in the NFL. We are up to number 44. This is a player that only played 8 games last year at the quarterback position, 66% completion percentage, 1,809 passing yards, 7 yards per attempt, 17 TDs, 5 interceptions. How do you feel about number 44 being Joe Burrow?
Ooh.
Interesting. Where you got Joe Burrow? He was 38 on last year's list.
That's where I have him now. Yeah, I got him at 38.
All right. Well, Joe Burrow, the guy that is saying that he has the best roster that he's had around him since his final year at LSU. He is really liking what he has around him. And what was the guy that had the little
Shamar Stewart is his
slip
name.
and fall, hyperextended knee, but no long-term damage. So it should not end up being a problem for the Bengals. So that's good news for a team that might try to play defense to start the season.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll look this up as we get closer, I'm sure. But the first couple games record, to start a season, Zach Taylor is by far the worst coach in the history of the NFL. Nobody starts worse out of the gates than the Bengals. Am I right about that? He's checking on it now. We're looking into it. Well, lowercase takes a look at that. Number 43 played all 17 games, 29 tackles, 12 of those for loss, 7 of those were sacks, 25 QB hits. It's a defensive end, or the more popular term these days, an edge rusher. It's a guy named Chris Jones at 43.
Ooh, interesting. I definitely thought it was going to be a different name based off that stat line.
Yeah, here's what I got.
I've got Chris Jones at 32.
32. He was 31 last year. It seems like you're just looking at last year's list.
Well, that did help me make the list for this year.
Oh, so yeah, you're just copying last year's list. You're so lazy. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Go ahead.
No, I had Chris Jones at he was on my list of defensive tackles. He's the third best defensive tackle in the game of football. So,
yeah,
I got him at 30. Yeah, 32.
32. Yeah, the only guy in the NFL with more quick pressures was Jeffrey Simmons. So not bad. Did you end up finding Zach Taylor's record to start seasons?
Oh yeah, they started 2-4 last season. Started 2-4 the season before in 2024, and in 2023, loading. He started.
They have not been great.
And he started 3-3. So
3-3, yeah.
2-4 and 3-3 is where they like to sit.
We'll look at it in the first couple weeks. They've been real bad. You're looking at kind of the first quarter of the season or so, but when you look at it, it's a pretty funny stat. So we'll see if the Bengals can decide to get out of the gates. I remember last year they were going to go full contact from the first practice to make sure that they're ready for. Still weren't ready for week 1. It's a ongoing theme. We'll take a look at that more as we get closer. But right now we need. Oh, I need to tell you something before. Binary Brewing. Do you know about Binary Brewing? They've teamed up with the Fan for the Only Fan IPA, and it is available for only a limited time. You can taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. Go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location. Ask them about their Only Fan. So good. Only the Fan and Binary Brewing could pull it off. Let's do some in case you missed it. In case you missed it, Broncos head coach Sean Payton was brought to tears when legendary quarterback Drew Brees asked him over a video call to be his presenter at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. This is why I don't gamble on sports. I would have bet my mortgage that Sean Payton had no soul. Turns out I did not see that coming. Don't get too touched. The tears weren't of joy. Sean Payton was just crying because he broke his own lifelong promise to never show emotion other than pure disdain. So he was genuinely sad. It was not joy that he was expressing. Sad that he got happy. In case you missed it, Josh Allen defended the Bills' widely mocked Nickel City alternate uniform, saying the team needs to, quote, embrace a new era and move forward. Got it. So let's go back to mocking Josh for choking so hard in the playoffs that his coach got fired. Yeah, let's leave the uniforms alone. Just know Should we talk about how the Bills blew the easiest path to the Super Bowl they might ever have because Allen couldn't go 5 minutes without throwing a panicked interception into triple coverage? Wait. Sorry, I'm getting something late first. Okay, change of plans. Oh, we are allowed to go back to making fun of their gray, depression-inspired gladiator leotard. We can go back to making fun of you. I'm sorry, that was just... He changed his mind. At least we're not making... Nah. In case you missed it, the NBA's probe into allegations that the Clippers circumvented the salary cap to pay Kawhi Leonard via endorsement deals might drag on until 2027? Say what you want, but out of all the scenarios where someone or something that looks like Adam Silver is going to be probing you into the next year, this is probably the best situation. Am I right? Like, that's... I will be probing you.
Take me to your leader.
I will be probing you into 2027. And finally, in case you missed it, Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh expressed confidence in Seattle's current roster, but acknowledged that adding talent at the trade deadline is necessary for a World Series push. Cool. Did Cal say anything about using his own talent anytime soon? Have we heard that? Tell you what, bud, maybe hit 180, then you can run the front office. How about that? Like, just do... Try very hard not to make fun of the Mariners. I try not to make fun of the Blazers. I try not to make fun of the Seahawks in this segment. But, Cal, can you do me a favor? Shut up. You know what would be nice is to maybe watch a Mariners game where every commercial break after Cal strikes out isn't followed by 17 commercials of Cal because he hit 60 last year. I'm the president of home runs for this bank. Look at me. I have to get in costume because they have to walk me so much. They intentionally walked Dom Canzone in front of you. Shut up, Cal. Know when it's your turn to talk. I don't want to hear it. Rah.
It's nice when you make a Seattle Mariner joke at least.
Yeah, wow. Just expect me to do it. No, expect me to do it. Yeah, more often because they are awful. All right, where are we at on this list? Hey, good news about Zach Charbonnet's knee. We've got a sweep from a team that was good, then bad, and now they're good again. I can't figure out what's going on. And no, I'm sorry. You might not get a Last Dance documentary for King James yet. I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it'll be here at some point. The Daily Buzz is next. It's Happy Hour on 105.1 The Fan. All right, well, you're getting one player off the PUP list today. It is not Zach Charbonnet. It is 7th-round draft pick Devin Eastern. Passed its physical and will return to practice, entering a lot of competition at the nose tackle role. But always good to have another guy that's 6'5" and weighs 320 pounds and can go out and wreak some havoc out there. Competition tends to be a good thing in training camp for the NFL. The real good news, though, is still speculation, but reports are that the latest update on Zach Charbonnet's surgically repaired knee is that the recovery from the ACL tear is going much faster than anticipated, and he, I'm going to say could potentially be ready for week 1.
Oh, that's
Watch.
big. That's really big.
I mean, that's the most
that's a really short
optimism
timeline
that I've heard for this.
That's really
he
good.
tore his ACL in the divisional round, and to be ready for week 1. I mean, it's insane. We had a whole rant the other day about how much the medical technology has improved around all of this.
We talked about
the training, the recovery. Yeah,
with James, and we talked about Daniel Jones making a comeback and how that is still impressive in itself. Zach Charbonnet making the comeback. That's wow.
It's yes, and if he's ready for week 1, don't rush him back. But if he's ready for week 1, he's ready for week 1. What are you going to do? It's pretty good news for a running back room that is going to look very different without Kenneth Walker III. If you have Zach Charbonnet in there, not as drastic a change and makes obviously a big deal.
The Buzz.
A little change with the Mariners. They lose last night 4-2 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. One more in Chavez Ravine, a 7-10 first pitch tonight. The little change, it was going to be Bryce Miller, not anymore. It's just simply a matter of rest. They want to give Bryce Miller an extra day of recovery, so he should be pitching against the Twins this weekend. You will get Brian Wu today, who will be pitching on his normal rest. They've been doing that 6-man rotation thing, so this should not change things. Hopefully, it changes the way that Wu has pitched on the road because he's been awful away from T-Mobile Park. So hopefully, this moves things in the right direction.
The Buzz.
It's been hard not to talk about the Miami Marlins lately. They were the hottest team in baseball in the month of June. They continued that right up to the All-Star break. Until they didn't, and then they rattled off 12 straight losses. Do you know what they did after they got their first win in 2 weeks by beating the Philadelphia Phillies in Game 1 of their series? They just went on to sweep the Phillies. So now they have won 3 straight. The Phillies blew a 6-run lead yesterday to secure the sweep for their opponent. Not a great look for the Phillies. But the Miami Marlins, are they good? Are they bad? Can they maybe just win every other game for a little while? It's
8.5 games out of first place.
But where are they in the wild card?
Right up in that race.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, you don't need to catch the Atlanta Braves to make it into the postseason, and if you make it in the postseason hot, we have seen in baseball as much or more than any other sport, you don't have to be the top seed to go on to win. Just get hot at the right time, and the Marlins have been hot, cold, starting to get a little warm again.
The Buzz.
Well, the Tigers are pulling up another young player, the number 13 overall prospect. His name is Max Clark. He's been ripping up AAA Toledo, and he's going to be going up again. This is a team that has been up and down, back and forth over the last few years. I don't know that anybody has made more personnel changes than the Detroit Tigers. It still looks like they're probably going to be trading Skubal. Who knows what's going to be going on. But if you want to go out and watch another young player that their team believes can be a star, there's going to be another one coming up in Detroit, joining Kevin McGonigal, who has been awesome in the big leagues to start his career.
The Buzz.
I got so excited this morning. The first headline that I saw, I got on the computer early, and it looks like LeBron James is going to make a Last Dance style. Was The Last Dance that revolutionary? It was a documentary. It was a multi-part documentary.
That's because it came out during COVID.
No, I understand that. It was popular. I get that. But was it a new and unique way of making documentaries? A Last Dance style documentary is going to be created around LeBron James. Oh, how exciting. Not so fast. That has been shut down. Maverick Carter vehemently denied rumors that LeBron James will be building a new docuseries for ESPN. So you'll have to give up hope on that.
The Buzz.
LeBron already has 2 movies out about his.
I know. Can't you watch his whole life through his social media anyways?
You can.
Yeah, like he's got a whole team around him. He could just live stream the rest of his career if he wanted to, and people would watch it. I get that there's people gonna eat up whatever he does. I'm very curious what his post-career life looks like, and I really hope is it looks nothing like Tom Brady. Or Tony Romo. I guess for that matter.
I'm hoping for a lot of golf.
He's been playing golf. If he went to an HBCU, boy, and did the J.R. Smith route, that would be awesome. Where did he go? North Carolina A&M Tech, directional, whatever, south. But yeah, and he played on the team, the golf team in college, because he also went straight from high school.
North Carolina A&T State University.
See, I knew it wasn't A&M. It was A&T. So anyway, he went there and then played, did not take a scholarship spot, but earned his way onto the team and went and played golf. LeBron could do that.
And started in 2021 at the age of 36 after playing 16 seasons in the NBA.
Again, one of the great stories. If LeBron, first of all, being led by example by J.R. Smith would be hilarious. Second of all, just going out and doing it and drawing.
I don't think J.R. made the travel rosters.
He still went out and played, and he was posting test scores, but he enrolled in college to do it. The whole thing, it was cool. I don't think LeBron needs a formal education to be successful, considering he's already a billionaire. I think he's going to be just fine. Former Heat leading scorer Josh Richardson announced his retirement at the age of 32. He led the Heat with 16.6 per game in 2019. That seems low for a leading scorer for a team. I'm gonna guess.
Do we remember that Heat roster?
I'm going to guess the 2019 Heat were not very good.
I believe that was the Goran Dragic team.
Dragic?
Dragic, thank you.
Dragic. Yeah.
Again.
HBCU.
HBCU. That's my territory.
There are no plans for NBA games in the Middle East the last 4 seasons. The NBA has played preseason games across the pond into the Middle East, but they will not have any preseason games in Abu Dhabi this year. That's where they held them the last few years, and they're postponing that relationship due to the conflict in the region. This will also probably slow conversations about creating any international play in the regular season. So if you were really excited for the Abu Dhabi matchup between 2 G League versions of your favorite pro team, that will not be happening.
It would have aired at 2 a.m. anyways.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you'll miss that.
The Buzz.
We already mentioned Shamar Stewart, that knee injury that looks so scary where he was carted off yesterday or the day before in camp. No major ligament damage. It was a hyperextended knee. He should be fine and back in no time. Not the same diagnosis for Chris Brazzell, who is the rookie wide receiver for the Panthers. He is having season-ending surgery for a torn LCL. Not great. Elsewhere, an injury update. Tua, back at practice. So he had back soreness yesterday. So they signed Cooper Rush in a hurry because Penix has still not been cleared. Tua came in, and he had just soreness in his back. So
they had also
no major deal.
They had also released Trevor Siemian earlier that morning. So again, just strengthening your quarterback room.
I'll tell you, every year that we don't get to see more Trevor Siemian, it's so tough.
He was released on a non-football injury designation.
You know who else was released? Well, who came out and announced he will not be returning for his 10th season with his team. The do-it-all, the Swiss Army knife, the only player in the Super Bowl era with 1,000 passing yards, 1,000 rushing yards, and 1,000 receiving yards. Taysom Hill will not be a Saint. He has not made a proclamation on his NFL future, possible retirement. All of that is open-ended. We just know that he will not be returning to the Saints.
I don't think he fit on that roster anyways.
No. I mean,
they already have Jawan Johnson, who was, again, a top 10 tight end in the league last year.
They're moving in a different direction. I mean, Taysom Hill is one of those guys that has been really fun to watch, and just what a wild career that he has carved out for himself. It has been exciting to watch. Did you check your email? Have we seen from Sergio? I had a couple meetings this morning. I don't know if we're going to have him join us next.
Nothing that I'm seeing.
Okay. Well, I was a little late sending out the email, but we're going to do some Take Your Pick. So if you'd like to play along with Take Your Pick, go and get your form right now. Go to @FanHappyHour on X. Go to my personal Facebook page. They're pinned right at the top. The link to play along with us. If you win, you'll be invited to join the show next week. I'm not going to be here next week, but we'll figure it out. We'll get you on the show. We're picking the Major League Baseball Weekend Series. We will do it next, but first, we have to walk over to the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk and see what we missed.
First on the Fan, a mammoth one-of-one Shohei Ohtani dual gold Logo Man autograph card has been found and already sold for more than $10 million. The sale of more than 10 mil would make it at least the third highest figure ever for a sports card, behind the $12.9 million for a 2007-2008 autograph of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, and a $12.6 million 1952 Topps card, Mickey Mantle.
I hope somebody found that and it changed their life. The amount of money that we are seeing on a regular basis in sports memorabilia makes me think that possibly the distribution of wealth isn't where it needs to be in this country. Or, you know what, maybe it's exactly where it needs to be and everybody has that kind of money except for me and you, and we're just missing out on it. But I hope it was some kid that found it that's life-changing. That Wilt Chamberlain warm-up jacket the other day, the kid found in a discount bin. Awesome, but that was like 80 grand. How is the Wilt warm-up not worth more than a baseball card?
You tell me.
It's a gimmick, and it's bothersome.
High-end sports card collector Matthew Allen, he was the one who collected it. A collector in Florida pulled the redemption card from a box in 2026 Topps Chrome Baseball at his local card store in Boca Raton, Florida.
Okay, they made it, and they just made the card, and it's a one-of-one. Like, I get that, like, all the Honus Wagner cards got destroyed because everybody put them in their bicycle spokes, and it was just the one that was left.
Again, the 1952 Mickey Mantle with a grade of 9.5. That one, I get.
Yeah, I can't understand how they can make a new card and go, this is the only one that we've put this emblem on, so this will be worth, and people come on.
And for more sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Casey Smith from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The home of primetime.
I'm wondering if there's going to be just a flood of action over the weekend. We've been watching this trade deadline, and there hasn't been a terrible amount of excitement on it so far. There's been a couple little moves here and there, but nothing that I think that has moved the needle. I suppose it's probably a good thing if you keep your rosters mostly intact and we don't have a ton of movement. The third wild card that's been added to Major League Baseball has certainly made it where more teams are in the possibility of a wild card chase as we run down the last month and a half of the season. So the trade deadline has a lot more people that are interested in improving their teams than selling.
Again,
which is great.
Comparatively to how the offseason looked, this is a really quiet deadline.
So far. I wonder if we're going to get just kind of a flood of action, see what happens these weekend series and how much they make a difference. If you lose the first 2 of 4, there's, I think, 4 series that start tonight and are 4-game series, everything else 3-game series. But if you get off to a bad start this weekend, the deadline is, I believe, 6:30 Eastern on a Monday. I know it's Monday. I'm just not sure about the exact time, which would be 3:30 our time.
3 our time.
3 our time. So it's 6 o'clock.
6 p.m.
Eastern. Okay, so by the time we're done with our show next week, that's it. Call it a day. I mean, you'll have some people that are probably released and then picked up on waivers or whatever. That always happens. But you're going to know what's happening. So these weekend series that we're going into in Major League Baseball are as important for a lot of these teams as any series they've played all year. And maybe it's just a way to figure out, all right, should we go after something big? Should we look and change our roster? I made the argument earlier this week, and the more I thought about it, I think I stick with it. I don't think the changes that you have to make are buying to make your team better right now. It doesn't have to be going out and getting a big bat, mortgaging the next few years and your farm system to do it because this is your one chance to do it. Might be how it works for some people, some teams, some organizations, the way that they're set up, but not all. And the thing that got me kind of noodling on this was something Dave Roberts said a couple weeks ago. He actually thinks that the Dodgers will be more sellers than buyers. You can only play so many people. The Dodgers obviously have a ton of talent. But at the same time, going out and selling off some guys that aren't going to be part of your future, especially when you're getting young performance guys that have been, with your team for a little bit that are turning into the player that you hope they be. Andy Pajas had some of the best defensive plays that we saw last year, especially in the postseason. Some of the plays that he made were incredible. He had like 1 hit and 47 at-bats or something like that in the postseason. He's been great this year. He started off absolutely on fire, but he's been one of their better hitters this season. You've had some of these guys that have won MVPs in the league go up and down. So looking at it and trying to figure out who are the guys that you want to go to war with, if that guy's on your roster that you're like, I don't know if that's our guy, and he'd be a good fit for somebody else, you're doing a disservice to thinking that he's going to keep him on the roster and be a big part of what you're planning to do. If you're going to move him off of the starting lineup or he's not going to get the rotation that he should, whatever it is, and you move him into a contender, you're not necessarily doing a disservice to that guy. You sell him to, the Rockies. That doesn't make any sense. Looking at that Dodgers roster, it's kind of how I look at this Mariners roster. Man, it's got quite a bit of talent on it.
A lot of talent.
It's got some guys that could help somebody make a run. There's a lot of guys that aren't helping the Mariners right now because they're either doubling up and doing the same thing that somebody else is doing. You've got your stars not performing. It's going to be a wild one. Let's look at some of the series this weekend if you're playing along. Pirates are at the Reds. The Pirates still very much in this one. The Reds are kind of out of it. What do you think is going to happen? Possibility of a split in this one, Casey. What do you think?
I'm going to take the Buccos. I have no confidence in Cincinnati lately.
Unless they're playing against the Mariners, I think you're dead right. I mean, they did win that stupid series, but your Pirates are 1 game ahead above 500, and if you look at the wild card standings, they are right now just 2 games out of the 3rd wild card spot, so it can be interesting. The Cubs are, just so you have a lay of the land, the Cubs are up 5 games and have the first wild card spot secured for the National League. Do you know who the other 2 wild card spots would be right now if the season ended today?
National League?
National League.
I'm going to guess it's someone out of the Central.
It is not. I mean, the Cubs are the first one. They're out of the Central, but no, it is not. The next team out of the Central would be the Pirates, and the Cardinals are 3 games back. The Pirates are 2, the Cardinals 3, so it is actually not. And the Reds are 6 games out, so that's kind of a long shot just since we're talking about the Reds.
Is it the Diamondbacks?
It's the Diamondbacks and the Phillies both tied for the 2nd and 3rd spots. Game and a half out is your San Diego Padres, Marlins, Pirates, Nationals, all 2 games out. So it's
I remember us talking about the Diamondbacks being 1 game away from that wild card last week.
You got it. Let's go to the next series on this list. Miami Marlins, if they want to keep a hot streak going, they drew the right straw. They have the New York Mets sitting there. They are 11 games out of the wild card, by the way. The Mets hosting the Marlins. Do you expect a split? The Mets to do something, or Mets got to be selling here, right?
Miami.
Yeah, amen to that. All right, so Washington Nationals, I just told you 2 games out. The Washington Nationals are scoring an absolute ton of runs. They still sit pretty much well ahead of everybody else, at least in the wild card running. Let me look at them compared to the Dodgers because they don't show up on the wild card. Yeah, the number of runs the Washington Nationals score, they're 4 shy of hitting 600 runs on the season so far. The number 2 team is the Cubs at 564.
Again, I know we started off the season by saying that the National League Central might be the best division in baseball. This National League East is real good.
Yeah.
This NL East is dangerous.
Throw out the Mets. So you got a battle. Braves and Nationals. Who you taking?
I'm going to take the Braves in this one.
All right.
Ronald Acuna's back. Matt Olson's still playing at a very high pace. I'm going to take the Braves.
It's going to be high scoring affairs if the Nationals continue to do what they do. We'll skip the Padres and Giants. I assume most people will go Padres or split on that. I don't think a lot of people have faith in the Giants to do anything this year. Your Yankees are at the Cubs, finishing up their Chicago swing.
It's the battle of better pinstripes.
Well, yeah, but what are you going to get out of this Yankees team? They've been meh for quite a while. Are they gonna start making a little run here? Are they gonna make a move? Do you expect the Yankees to make a big move?
I expect them to make a move based off of what the roster is right now. Again, their 2 best players on your roster aren't playing.
Yep.
So it really hurts you. The fact that you're still leading the wild card race and Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger aren't playing, that's helpful.
When was the last time we heard an update on Aaron Judge?
That was at All-Star break.
And that was they were going to reevaluate it later, which is not great.
And we're still in that reevaluation window.
Okay, well that's
not looking great so far.
That's not great. They are 5.5 up in the American League wild card.
That does help when you have 5.5 games.
You got a cushion, but if you're playing tough teams and going in and play the Cubs, do something this weekend if you want to stay at that spot. Do you know the 3 teams that would be in the wild card in the American League if we ended things right now?
Hit me with them.
Yankees, Red Sox, a game and a half up on the 3rd place team in that 2nd spot. Guardians, 1 game out, the Twins and the Astros.
Ooh, Astros made a little bit of a comeback.
Yes, they did. They had a nice little week. All right, we'll say Phillies are going to beat the Orioles. I don't think anybody's surprised about that. The Blue Jays, what a season. I mean, to go from the World Series and a game away and Game 7, you're right there, to being the worst team, one of the 4 worst records in the league and the worst team in your division, just atrocious. I've got White Sox and I've got the Tampa Bay Rays in Tampa. Who you got?
I'm going to take the Southsiders.
Oh, all right. This is your favorite team.
I also need Tampa to not keep winning games, and they have refused to do so.
2 teams in wild card spots right now. The Guardians hosting the Diamondbacks. Who do you like?
I'm going to take the Diamondbacks in this one.
All right. On the road, go and take out. The Guardians' bats have started to warm up. They've been a bad hitting team all year, and they're starting to get a little warm. They also finished last year really, really strong, and a team they were like at the All-Star break. They were like 75 games out, and they somehow came back and won. I mean, just astonishing. The Battle of Texas is Houston and hosting the Rangers this weekend. These are 2 teams that have leapfrogged over the stupid Mariners and are looking to fight for a division lead. The Astros sit exactly at 500. They have played 1 more game than the Rangers, so they're at 55 and 55. Rangers at 55 and 54. It's just a half game between those 2 teams. Who do you like in the 3-game series this weekend?
I'm taking Texas.
Oh, even on the road.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, they did go out and get Logan O'Hoppe today.
I'm not picking the Astros.
Well, just because you hate them?
Very much so.
Very much so, out of spite. Well, hopefully somehow they can figure out how they can both lose the series. I would be very happy about that. I am at the game on Saturday. Mariners Twins starts tomorrow with firework night, 50-year fireworks. Congratulations, Mariners, on making it to 50 years and then giving us exactly what we've gotten for 50 years this season. I might just pick the Twins so that the Mariners will win, because every time I pick the Mariners, they do not win.
And so that your daughters end up happy.
They've been talking trash all week. I'm not even joking.
They want all the smoke.
Oh, dude, they are all in for it. And here's the thing. Like, it's one thing to talk trash against your father all week. I'm here for it. Like, that's fun. I thought it would be delightful if they were Twins fans, and I kind of had this little vision in my head that we go up to these games. And it's been everything I hoped for. It's been fantastic. You better be careful talking trash to Grandpa, though, because Grandpa's going to show up in his old, 1990s Mariners gear.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. You keep digging.
It's going to be a delightful little back and forth. We got the whole drive up there for fun banter on the way home. If they dig him too much, we might have to stop and have a little bare knuckles at the truck stop. It's going to be a lot. Gonna be a lot. Hopefully the Mariners can get the win against the Dodgers tonight. Do you think the Red Sox continue their hot streak against the Dodgers this weekend in Chavez Ravine? I know you're going to pick against them just because you're going to do it. But
I want what happens in The Dark Knight. I want the Gotham Stadium explosion at this one.
That's where they blow up the stadium.
I'll take the Dodgers.
He said reluctantly. Well, what are you going to do? I got a couple questions for you and one more for the... Oh, before I do that, come on, kids. If you want to play along, you're listening right now, and you want to play along, go to @FanHappyHour on X. You can find the link. You can play through this whole stupid sheet. I'm terrible at it. Sheet. SHEET. Play through this whole stupid game with us and pick your teams. If you do not have X, go to Facebook. It's on my Facebook page, and it's posted right there to the top. Play along with Take Your Pick every week. If you win, you'll be invited on the show next week or the week after, depending on when I'm here. Let's do one more for the road. We'll do it next. It's Happy Hour on 105.1 The Fan.
The biggest...
Welcome back in. If you missed any part of this show, past shows, future shows, use the podcast, 1051thefan.com, Odyssey.com, the Odyssey app. It's anywhere you get podcasts. If you don't know how to use podcasts, get with it. What's wrong with you? Just try to be better, people. That's all I really ask of you is just go out there and enrich your lives. 40 days, 14 hours, 28 minutes, and 39 seconds until the NFL kicks off Wednesday, September 9th. Seahawks. It'll be right here on The Fan. I mean, you can't miss it. It's going to be awesome. Casey, what are people saying on the YouTube chat and the fan text line that we need to address?
Someone saying that they would like a list of the top 5 non-Joe boroughs. So what are the top 5 boroughs?
Boroughs? Boy. I don't even know. Where do you even start with that? Who do you got?
They said Queens, Staten Island. They started naming the New York boroughs.
Yeah, the New York boroughs.
I've got nothing.
The one that popped in my head after you started saying that isn't it called the borough in Harry Potter? Is that what they call? I think that's the Weasley's estate. My wife is big Harry.
I think you could be right.
Yeah, so there's 5, and the boroughs of New York. I don't know. Somebody lives in a borough. I feel like some animated character lives in a borough somewhere.
You nailed it. That's where the Weasleys stay.
Okay, and then a borough is a donkey, a pack animal. I mean, I think you have to put that up there. Yeah, I don't know. That's a fair question. Are there no other famous boroughs in sport?
Not that I can think of. There's famous television director James Burrow. He directed 1,000 episodes of Cheers, Friends, and Will and Grace, but
yeah, but he wasn't on screen.
No.
Yeah. All right. That's the most famous borough that pops up when you put in boroughs.
I guess so.
All right. Yeah. I don't know. Do you have a favorite? Have you spent any time in New York? I like Brooklyn.
I've not.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever been to Queens. I've been to Manhattan a few times. Never been. Is Staten Island a borough? It's just an island.
It's an island, but
yeah, I don't know.
I think it might technically be a part of the 5.
Yeah. Brooklyn, Bronx, and Manhattan. I mean, Manhattan's just easy because that's where all the energy is. So yeah.
Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island.
Okay. So I got I got them all. I'll say Brooklyn has a slight edge because it's just not as crowded. It was really fun. We had a really great meal out there. Enjoyed kind of walking around. And one of the more pivotal wars or battles in the Revolutionary War that people don't talk about, the Battle of Brooklyn.
That's a good one.
Yeah, so that's what I'll go with. All right. Thanks for that question. Let's do
Oh, you got Hillsborough.
Oh, Hills. How did I not put Hillsborough on there? Pretty good one. All right, so country music star Megan Moroney. Do you follow anything with Megan Moroney? Do you listen to any country music, Casey?
I'm an Ella's Fellas over here. I'm an Ella Langley fan, but that's about the only country I listen to.
Okay, I don't know who that is either. Well, Megan Moroney started her concert in Denver, but had to wrap it up after just 2 songs due to severe illness and a total loss of her voice. I have 2 questions for you based on this. 1, how many boyfriends were out there and going, oh, thank goodness, we don't have to sit through this whole concert, and I still get credit for going? What percentage of the audience is that?
She's actually in Portland this Sunday.
Is she?
Sorry, Saturday.
Is she? Not if she's got a severe illness. So how many boyfriends at the concert were happy that it was over?
Probably a lot.
Okay. Second question for you. What's the equivalent in sport? Like, you go to a concert, how many songs do you expect to hear?
12?
Ooh, at a big arena concert? I think it's more than that. It's probably going to be like closer to like an NFL schedule, 17, 18 songs.
Well, if she's the only artist, then yes.
Well, she's a headliner, right? So she goes out there and she's a headliner and she does that.
I'd expect 12 from the headliner if they have openers, but
okay. So what would the equivalent for the NFL? What would the equivalent number of games that you would have to play? Like if you came out and got 2 songs, and that obviously is very disappointing as a concert goer. What's the equivalent for the NFL?
I think that's about 4 games.
4 games. Okay, so over under 4 games for Aaron Rodgers this year.
Over. Easy over. Easy over.
You think the final season's going to go well still, don't you?
Yeah, why not?
You said, why not? Well, I mean, recent evidence. Let's see, what else?
Recent evidence shows that he's a division winner that went to the playoffs.
It does. I also remember that game against Myles Garrett where he was throwing the ball out so quickly without a target in mind. Oh, buddy.
Trying to keep TJ's record.
Hey, you know what? You're trying to hang on to hope, and I appreciate that. That is one thing that I despise in sports fans is pessimism. You have optimism, even for Aaron Rodgers in his final season. So I appreciate that. So over 4 games.
I'm going to take the over on wins, too, as well.
You're going to take how many wins?
Over 5 wins.
Over 5 wins. Over 4 games played as a starter for Aaron Rodgers. Write that down.
Easy money.
We'll take a look back. Big thanks to James Hartenfeld, who joined us in the bonus hour. Go to @Hartenfeld if you want to check out his comedy, figure out where he's going to be playing. He'll be around town in Multnomah Village tonight. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, everybody that listened. And, of course, thank you, Isaac Rupp. We're all done for now. Bye-bye.